Chapter 781 Tai Chu is not an inheritance ground. Northern Plains, Tai Chu. An intense battle was reaching its climax. On one side, there were 3 GU masters, on the other side, it was a myriad beast-sized goat group. 2 GU masters were in front, retreating under the fierce attacks of the goat group. Behind, one person had a robe filled with bloodstains. Even though his face was like jade, he had a tired expression. He was breathing roughly as his eyes were drooping. Suddenly, with a loud call, the myriad beast-coiling mountain goat king led its group of elite goats as they attacked the 3 GU masters. The assault became faster and faster. The goat group attacked from both sides, resembling ripples from a sea's waves, splitting up and leaving a path in the middle. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was right in front of them. "Young master, quickly retreat. The situation is dangerous. We will stay here. Young master, think of the future." The 2 GU masters saw this desperate situation. Their eyes were wide open as they shouted. But the person behind them was in bad shape. It was as if he did not hear them. One of the GU masters had a resolute expression as he made a decision, speaking, "Dong Po Kong, you are a flying master, quickly escape with young master. I will stall them." The other GU master, Dong Po Kong's body shook. Looking at his ally, he hesitated. Tan Wufeng. The GU master who wanted to stay behind was Tan Wufeng. Previously, he was a demonic path GU master. He, together with Hao Ji Lu, were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were very famous. Hao Ji Lu went to Heilu Lan. In the end, he died in there, along with everyone else later due to Fang Yuan destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. On the contrary, Wind Demon Tan Wufeng went to Dongfang Yu Liang. Even though they lost in the Imperial Court contest, his life was preserved. He converted from demonic to righteous, becoming a subordinate of Dongfang tribe's previous leader, Dongfang Yu Liang. But right now, Tan Wufeng wanted to stay behind and single-handedly resist the myriad beast goat group. He was using his life to gain precious time for his allies, for them to escape. There was no hope of surviving. This was truly a suicide mission. Dong Po Kong's heart shook. He felt moved. Even though Tan Wufeng was strong, as a Righteous Path member, he felt suspicious towards Tan Wufeng's motives and intentions for converting. Other than that, he also felt disdain and contempt. But right now, in Dong Po Kong's heart, these suspicions, disdain, all vanished, turning into an emotion of tragic guilt. Under the influence of his genuine emotions, he spoke, "Good brother, I will bring young master away now." Tan Wufeng was staring with wide-opened eyes, seeing the approaching goat group. He was anxious, shouting loudly, "Why aren't you scramming?" Dong Po Kong turned around and left, 2 streaks of tears falling from his eyes. He knew that he had to fight against time. If they wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice was not enough. They needed his flying master attainment to be fully displayed along the way. Even then, they had less than a 30% chance of success. However, at this moment, the blood-bathed white-robed GU master opened his eyes, raising his head as he shouted, "7-star light." Saying this, his entire body shot upwards. 7 lumps of light of all colors were floating around him, rapidly circling around his body. Swoosh! A huge lump of star thoughts, under the support of the 7-star light, burst out. In an instant, the surroundings were dyed in blue. Starlight shined brightly and hit the surprised goat group. The coiling mountain goat group's myriad beast kings shouted loudly, but their momentum was too great. The goat group rammed into the countless star thoughts. "Young master, Lord Yu Liang." Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong saw this and were excited and joyful. An immense amount of star thoughts formed a star cloud as it rumbled endlessly. A moment later, half of the star thoughts were destroyed, but as they dispersed, the myriad beast goat king had died, along with dozens of elite goat beasts. The goat group lost their goat king and broke apart. Splitting into multiple smaller groups led by 1,000 beast goat kings, the huge goat group had turned into numerous smaller groups that scattered everywhere. The blood-bathed white-robed GU master descended slowly to the surface. His body shuddered as he almost fell on the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and overturned the situation, he was barely hanging on now. "Young master." Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong came up, holding this GU master's arms. This GU master was Dongfang Yu Liang. After Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Dongfang Chong Fan, died, he was his chosen inheritor. His face was extremely pale. He controlled his dizziness as he forced a laugh. "All right, we finally beat this myriad beast goat group. We have time to rest now." "Young master." Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong looked at each other. They were moved and in admiration. Dong Po Kong was holding Dongfang Yu Liang as he sat down slowly. He could not help but urge, young master, Taichu is one of the 10 great fierce areas. After entering this place for 3 days, we had already encountered more than 10 waves of beast groups. Originally, we had more than 10 people, now only as 3 are left. It is not a big deal if I die here, but young master is precious. If something happens to you, what will we do? Looking at this situation, why don't we retreat first before coming here again? Dongfang Yuliang sat on the ground, smiling bitterly to himself, shaking his head. You do not know the situation, this is my last and only chance. I had already put everything into this attempt, it is like an arrow that has been shot, we cannot turn back any longer. We need to make use of our time now and rest, trying to recover our battle strength. Saying so, he shut his eyes, grabbing 2 primeval stones as he entered a state of rest. Dong Pokong and Tan Wufeng looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes, they nodded as they sat around Dongfang Yuliang, taking out their primeval stones and meditating. At the outskirts of Taichu, Ji-Yu Immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised. To think that as a mortal, Dongfang Yuliang could advance so deeply into Taichu. This time, he expressed weakness and lured his enemies in, causing the coiling mountain myriad beast goat king to charge up and letting him kill the leader. He actually managed to survive this difficulty. Standing beside him, Ji-Yu Immortal Han Dong snorted coldly. This Taichu is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living here, even as Ji-Yu Immortals do not dare to charge in recklessly. Dongfang Chongfan placed his inheritance ground here, he was guarding against us. Ji-Yu Immortal Su Guang added. That is right, Dongfang Yuliang and the others are all mortal Ji-Yu masters, they have weak auras and do not attract the attentions of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. With the route that Dongfang Chongfan planned for them, they would only meet some ordinary beast groups while entering the deep parts of Taichu. If we go, our Ji-Yu Immortal auras would leak and cause the resistance of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. More Ji-Yu Immortals are coming to the outskirts. The other 2 Ji-Yu Immortals heard this and sensed something, they looked towards the southeast direction. Only to see that 3 Ji-Yu Immortals had just approached towards them, they were wearing black robes and had masks on, only showing their eyes. Hey, more people that want to have a share of the profits. Han Dong's eyes shined ominously, his tone was eerie. The 3 black-robed Ji-Yu Immortals descended. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan, and He Lu Lan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous Ji-Yu Immortal in Northern Plains. Previously, she had agreed to an alliance with Dongfang Chongfan. She could not covet his possessions openly, thus she had to hide her appearance. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were involved in the collapse of 88 Truyong building, they had to conceal their appearances. The 3 slowly descended, floating in the air outside of Taichu, they were not planning to go inside. They first glanced at Dongfang Yuliang and the others before looking around. He Lu Lan chuckled, Dongfang Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. The outskirts of Taichu had so many Ji-Yu Immortals hiding around. Just with my methods, I found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued. I found 26, most of them are demonic path Ji-Yu Immortals, but there are also Ji-Yu Immortals from Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan took a look, but he only found 19. Although his battle strength had been raised, his investigative methods could not compare to an established veteran Ji-Yu Immortal like Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lu Lan, her investigative methods exceeded his, this made him internally alert. No wonder Dongfang Yuliang is rushing to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's Ji-Yu Immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, with this inheritance, one has a chance of becoming Northern Plains #1 wisdom path Ji-Yu Immortal. Even their own Ji-Yu Immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Chongfan make any mistakes? He signed an agreement with the Righteous Path Super Forces, so that they would not come after this, but he missed his own tribe's Ji-Yu Immortals. He Lu Lan said. She frowned slightly, she felt that Dongfang Chongfan would not be so careless. Dongfang Chongfan is the #1 wisdom path Ji-Yu Immortal in Northern Plains, he left the inheritance clues in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. Such wisdom path techniques cannot be broken easily. Right now, the Ji-Yu Immortals are all waiting here, it seems that they are biding their time until Dongfang Yuliang opens the inheritance before they start robbing it. Fang Yuan said. His motive in this journey was to get a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path inheritances had greater value the more complete they were. But currently, it seemed like his goal was going to fail. There were so many Ji-Yu Immortals after the inheritance, when they obtained it, they might form a situation where the inheritance gets split up. Thankfully, my battle strength rose a lot just now, I have a chance at competing. Later, when we snatch it, I should avoid being the center of attention, so that the crowd would not attack me together, I need to strategize. Fang Yuan made his tactics. Although he had high battle strength, there were many GU immortals, he could not fight them together. Of course, he was not stupid enough to attempt doing that anyway. However, a change occurred right at this moment. A blinding flash appeared. As the light faded, Dong Fang Yu Liang, Tan Wufeng, and Dong Po Kong vanished from their original spots. This is a teleportation GU formation. It was hidden underground, we didn't discover it. Dong Fang Chong Fan's arrangements are indeed not simple. This Tai Chu was not the true inheritance ground, it was just a place to hinder us. Quick, while the GU formation still has some aura remaining, quickly search for clues before it dissipates. The GU Immortal realized at once, showing up and charging towards the deep parts of Tai Chu. Grr, desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts were stirred, they rushed out from all areas of Tai Chu. Chapter 782 Myriad Self First Style, Giant Hand. Seeing a large number of desolate beasts appearing in their sights, with several ancient desolate beasts among them, the GU Immortals flying in the sky slowed down, their expressions turning dark. They were indeed worthy of being Dong Fang Chong Fan's arrangements, meticulously set out and interlinked. He had completely deduced today's situation. Even after he died, he created huge problems for these GU Immortals. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were alerted felt that the GU Immortals were intruders. Originally, they were resting in Tai Chu, peacefully in their respective territories. Dong Fang Yu Liang and the others' intrusion was like a few butterflies flying into their garden, the beasts were not disturbed. But the GU Immortals were like bandits entering their homes, they were alerted and went all out, even working together to protect their territory, Tai Chu. To humans, Tai Chu was one of Northern Plains' 10 great fierce areas. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce areas were their sanctuaries, they were places where humans could not take over. Seeing so many desolate beasts charging over at once, the GU Immortals were apprehensive. Although there was a good number of them, they were not united, instead, they were wary of each other due to the wisdom path inheritance, it was hard to work together sincerely. They could not battle with the desolate beasts either. Once they fought, the chaotic battle would cause damage to Tai Chu. If they destroy the traces left behind by the teleportation GU formation, the GU Immortals would have even greater trouble tracking them. Those who could become GU Immortals were not fools. Dong Fang Chong Fan's plot was very obvious, they all understood it clearly in an instant. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not the point. We cannot spend too much time with these beasts and lose our clues. Get past them and find the traces, following the clues to the inheritance ground. The GU Immortals were still flying towards the area where the teleportation GU formation was, but they had to slow down. Desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding GU Immortals were worse. If it was convenient, these demonic path GU Immortals would certainly not mind exterminating some of the competitors around them. Howl, a desolate beast flying at high speed engaged with a female GU Immortal. This rank 6 female GU Immortal's name was Hiruo, also known as Peacock Flying Immortal, she was skilled in transformation path. She shouted a curse, she felt sullen inside, but she could not blame anyone, she could only blame herself for being unlucky and placed in a bad position. Seeing that the desolate beast was charging over, she did not fight it, she turned into a blurry green-gray bird, spreading her wings and flying away, towards the crucial location. The desolate beast was unable to catch up to her, it turned around and targeted another unlucky person. The green-gray bird flew past the other GU Immortals, becoming the GU Immortal closest to the crucial location. Other GU Immortals did not watch this without doing anything. A mere mortal killer move, you dare to stand out. Waves were crashing as a rank 7 GU Immortal rode on a huge wave and blocked the green-gray bird. This GU Immortal had a strong aura, but he was so thin his bones could be seen, his skin was wrinkled and dry, sticking close to his bones. Veins could be seen on his skin, they were everywhere. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding GU Immortals showed a wary expression on their faces. This was a rank 7 GU Immortal, Pai Shui Han, he was a member of the demonic path and cultivated ice path and water path, he was a famous expert. Peacock Flying Immortal Hiruo saw that Pai Shui Han was obstructing her, she did not evade him, instead, she snorted lightly and an immortal GU aura burst out from her. Hiruo activated her immortal GU, the green-gray bird she had transformed into turned from blurry to clear. In an instant, the green bird's body expanded by 30%, 3 golden peacock tails grew on her back, her speed rose sharply as she flew past the waves, towards the GU formation. Pai Shui Han's actions failed. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Indeed, after attending the Northern Plains auction, you think you have some ability now, hee hee." Saying this, he raised both his arms. Gurgle gurgle, with 2 loud sounds, the water waves surged up, emerging from nowhere, blocking the green bird like 2 huge walls. Meanwhile, Pai Shui Han's speed did not decrease, he rode on the currents and charged towards Hiruo. Hiruo did not dare to fight with Pai Shui Han. She raised her head and spread her wings, rising into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves grew alongside her. Pai Shui Han smiled coldly, he rapidly got close to her. But Hiruo did not want to battle, she put all her efforts into escaping. Pai Shui Han could do nothing to her within a short period of time. Just as the two were fighting, one figure emerged from another side, like a flash of lightning. This person was brawny and muscular, his skin was bronze in color, lightning was coiling around his body, his speed was faster than Hiruo. Fang Yuan felt some familiarity upon seeing him he thought over it for a moment and realized that this person was Divine Lord Tiandu. This immortal cultivated lightning path, he alongside she who had once coerced an immortal zombie of Zombie Alliance, buying 150 kilograms of wilted essence with 1 immortal essence stone. Divine Lord Tiandu saw Pai Shui Han and Hiruo chasing and fleeing, he found a chance and activated his movement killer move, gaining a huge boost in speed. Soon, he surpassed everyone and quickly became the person closest to the GU formation. Ha ha ha, Divine Lord Tiandu saw that he was getting closer to the GU formation and was overjoyed, laughing loudly. Divine Lord, hold up. Accompanying a calm and slow voice, one white-robed scholar appeared before Tiandu. Ah, unfettered scholar. Divine Lord Tiandu saw this person and his expression changed, his speed fell drastically. He knew that he was not the rank 7 GU immortal, unfettered scholar's match. He shouted quickly, "Shihu, quickly lend me a hand." Shihu's eyes twitched, he had no choice but to show up beside Divine Lord Tiandu. He was a muscular man, looking very rugged and brutish, his hair was in a mess and he held a skull in his hands. Divine Lord Tiandu cried out, pushing with his hands as a lightning dragon was unleashed. At the same time, Shihu activated his mortal killer move, attacking unfettered scholar. The two were not weak in battle strength among rank 6 GU immortals, otherwise, they would not dare to extort a Zombie Alliance member. At this moment, they joined forces and had an impressive attack, it attracted much attention. Come then, unfettered scholar smiled lightly, he moved his hand as 2 immortal GU flew out. Boom, in an intense explosion, Shihu and Divine Lord Tiandu flew back after spitting blood, but unfettered scholar stood on the spot, having a calm demeanor. He was fighting 2 against 1, beating back Shihu and Divine Lord Tiandu. The immortal GU he used had great power, but they were already placed back inside his immortal aperture, nobody had seen them clearly. Let's go. At this moment, from another direction, GU immortal Lu Qingming shouted, as the GU immortals Su Guang and Han Dong followed after him. Their advance caused gasps among the crowd. It is the traveling 3 elites. Block them. Be careful, when they join forces, their battle strength can match rank 7. The 3 elites gave off bright lights each, it was a dazzling scene, forming an image of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be unleashed when all 3 GU immortals worked together. The killer move had great power, the 3 elites could charge forward fearlessly, nobody could stop them for the moment, they got close to the GU formation. There were 5 publicly well-known rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains. There were more rank 7 GU immortals, but they were not in large numbers. People like Qin Bai Shang, Fairy Li Shan, and others, they were famous people who had been around for a long time. In the GU immortal world, most GU immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites joined up, they had rank 7 battle strength, this made people wary. Furthermore, they had chosen their specific direction and had no strong foes of rank 7. Whether it was by coincidence or not, the 3 of them managed to become the ones closest to the GU formation. They were extremely fast, Pai Shui Han, unfettered scholar and the others could not stop them, they could only watch as the 3 elites landed on the GU formation that was set up earlier. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The figures of the 3 elites vanished, while a huge bat desolate beast flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bat is a space path desolate beast, there were actually concealment type GU on this beast, the 3 elites were engulfed by it. Ha ha ha, although they are not in mortal danger, they lost precious time and the valuable opportunity. Some GU immortals were shocked, some were taking pleasure from their misfortune. Ruin Bat was not an exception. At this moment, the desolate beasts in Taichu had surrounded the GU Immortals, ready for a huge battle. The peach wolf, which was pink, cute and had a tiny body, moved extremely quickly like light. The white hoof-ink horse was stalwart like a mountain. The blood-tongue tree had bloody and long tongues. And also, the Chi-Path ancient desolate beast, primeval return peacock, that could absorb the primeval energy of a huge surrounding area, 3 desolate beast coiling mountain goats, and a lawless antelope that could give even a rank 7 GU Immortal a headache. The scene became chaotic at once. Desolate beasts and GU Immortals fought in intense battles, while the GU Immortals were wary of each other. But no matter how chaotic it was, the GU Immortals were protecting one crucial location. They tried to preserve all traces of the teleportation GU formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were in the chaotic battle, fighting carefully and moving around agilely. They stealthily had gotten close to the GU formation. Grr! A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fang Yuan and the other's path. You dare rob me? GU Immortal Zhou Zan carried a huge hammer and wore a red bronze suit of armor. He rode on a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan and the others. At the same time, Divine Lord Tian Du, who was far away, laughed coldly. An immortal GU flew out, turning into lightning as it shot over. It was known as Thunder Shuttle. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were about to strike, when Fang Yuan stopped them. Please don't worry, let me use my method. As he said this, countless GU worms flew up in his immortal aperture. Rank 4 all-out effort GU, bitter strength GU, borrow strength GU, self-reliance GU, refine essence spirit GU, earth strength GU, water strength GU, wind strength GU, lightning strength GU, fire strength GU, lurking soul coat GU, breath concealment GU. Countless mortal GU flew up like butterflies, circling around one spot. An immortal GU was proudly at the center. It was the Strength Path Immortal GU, self-strength. From the mesmerizing flying, the mortal GU created traces of light in the air. Self-strength Immortal GU burst out with a blinding light, connecting all of the traces of light into one, forming a light lump resembling a small sun. The light shined on the ground in the immortal aperture. On the ground, there were hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's Strength Path phantoms standing and waiting silently. Before coming here, Fang Yuan made his preparations. He summoned his Strength Path phantom army prior to this trip. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self, first style, Giant Hand. Fang Yuan mentally called out. Tens of thousands of phantoms of Fang Yuan stretched out their right hands, raising them up high, palms facing the huge light lump in the sky. Around the light lump, there were 100 group strength GU entering it. At the same time, Fang Yuan in the outside world stretched out his right hand. Boom! A Strength Path giant hand appeared out of nowhere. The air within dozens of meters around him was pulled. The giant hand pushed. The bull-shaped desolate beast was pushed away and into the air. The giant hand gripped. Thunder Shuttle Immortal GU was trapped inside. The giant hand closed into a fist. It punched at GU Immortal Zhou Zan. Zhou Zan was stunned. His eyes were wide open and staring. After shouting in shock, he escaped in panic. Chapter 783 One real among 100 fakes. Once Fang Yuan's giant hand was unleashed, the effect was shocking. Countless GU Immortals looked over with surprised gazes. In truth, such a method of accumulating quantity and unleashing it all at once was a very common way of designing killer moves. Like the very common fire pellet GU, it can summon one fireball. How could one increase its strength? Normal people would think like this: by accumulating fireballs, during battle, they would unleash it all at once. This way, by raising quantity, the power of their move will increase. This was the most common and simply train of thought. But most things were easy to plan, yet the execution was not easy at all. If they formed the fireball beforehand, how could they store it? Even if they stored many fireballs, how can they shoot these fireballs at the same time? Even if they fire it, how can they ensure that the aim is accurate, and that the fireballs are not shot in random directions? Only after resolving all of these questions would the GU master truly own what was known as a killer move. That was why the nurture, use, and refinement of GU worms were deep fields. Especially in terms of using GU, one needed creativity. Even if killer moves were created, because people were all different, each killer move would naturally have their own strengths and weaknesses. When Fang Yuan conceived the immortal killer move Myriad Self, it could be said that he had broken traditional confinements and fused enslavement path and strength path, making a great and rare achievement. He had a strength path foundation originally, and when he underwent immortal ascension using his second aperture, he queried heaven and earth, gaining a deeper foundation. Next, he made a huge sacrifice, taking a near-death risk, eventually using the rank 9 wisdom GU, gaining unlimited inspiration and creating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Throughout the process, Fang Yuan played the most crucial role. But his environment, wisdom GU, immortal ascension, destruction of imperial court-blessed land, they were all unique stimuli. The immortal killer move, Myriad Self, which successfully fused enslavement path and strength path, due to the nature of its design, had surpassed most immortal killer moves. With this starting point, if Fang Yuan explored it in the future and developed it, he might be able to create a completely new path. Thus, even though the killer move, Myriad Self, was still in its initial stages, its potential was shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition battling, commanding an army and using the tactic of cannon fodder to drown the enemies in sheer numbers. Strength path created an individual champion. By adding great strength to oneself, one can kill whoever stands in their path. If they rage, the battlefield would be bathed in blood. In this aspect, a single person was a huge force. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move, Myriad Self. Fang Yuan could use his own strength to create innumerable strength path phantoms that he could manipulate at will. When he battled with He Chang, the strength path phantom army forced back He Chang and Shui Songzi. There was nothing they could do. In the killer move Myriad Self, this was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path. Right now, was the opposite, it was enslavement path supporting strength path. What caused this crucial effect was group strength GU. This ancient GU worm was sent into the light lump for the killer move at the end, transferring the strength path army's strength, and adding it all to Fang Yuan's own body. There was also one key point, that was self-strength immortal GU. If it was cleansed soul immortal GU, he would not be able to summon the giant hand. The so-called giant hand was only a giant strength path phantom's hand. He Lu Lan had once controlled self-strength immortal GU, her killer move's strongest transformation was a giant strength path phantom. Fang Yuan used the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream, and saved He Lu Lan, obtaining her strength path true meaning afterwards. This true meaning became the final catalyst to create the giant hand. With all these causes, the move, giant hand, was formed. Self-strength immortal GU was indeed the best suited core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With it, Myriad Self developed a step further, it could finally interchange between the main and support roles for either path. Fang Yuan used this move instead of unleashing the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He had his reasons. These strength path phantoms had his appearance. Now that he was the culprit of a huge crime, he needed to hide his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity was exposed to a degree, and he had not deduced the killer move, vaguely familiar face, yet. Giant hand was the move most suitable for Fang Yuan currently. It had incredible power and would not expose his identity. The huge fist continued to punch at Zhou Zhan. Zhou Zhan was breaking out in cold sweat. He retreated more quickly as he created some distance from the giant hand. Swoosh, the immortal GU Thunder Shuttle, which was immobilized, broke free from the giant hand, flying towards its owner, Divine Lord Tiandu. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The design of the giant hand was indeed influenced by the formless hands. But the two were very different. Giant hand was a strength path killer move, but formless hand was the essence of theft path. Formless hand could capture immortal GU, but giant hand could only immobilize them for a short period of time. That already could be considered very good. After attacking once, Fang Yuan stopped his offense. In a few breaths of time, the giant hand vanished into thin air. During the entire process of the attack, his right arm was making cracking noises. Even with his immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to sustain the attack. Now that he stopped the move, his strong arm drooped down weakly. The tendons and muscles under his skin were almost all torn. His bones were full of cracks, and his arteries burst, mushing together with his muscles. Giant hand extracted strength from all of the strength path phantoms, gathering it into Fang Yuan. Because the strength was too great, and Fang Yuan was like the foundation holding it together. This time, I activated Giant Hand using 20,000 Strength Path Phantoms. But the Giant Hand's power can only be at this level temporarily. Even though it has room for improvement, my body had reached its limits. Fang Yuan sighed to himself mentally. His arm was slowly drooping down, but concealed by his wide black robe. In a short time, using the recovery ability of the immortal zombie body, his arm completely recovered. Even so, Giant Hand's power was too shocking. Zhou Zhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated a great distance. His gaze towards Fang Yuan carried immense fear. The surrounding GU immortals subconsciously created some distance from Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's faces were hidden under their black hoods, they both showed complex and surprised expressions. The power of Giant Hand had made them inwardly apprehensive and alert. But currently, Fang Yuan was their ally, they were on the same side, the two felt glad. These two emotions mixed together, it was a strange feeling, their states of mind were complex. Especially He Lulan, after sensing that Giant Hand had a hint of her own killer move's design, she felt a slight sense of dejection. Far away, Unfettered Scholar pushed Divine Lord Tiandu back as he grabbed at Thunder Shuttle Immortal GU. Divine Lord Tiandu was anxious, he used his method and successfully took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal GU. Unfettered Scholar did not achieve his goal, he was not upset, he smiled serenely as he turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, an impressive immortal killer move. Deep within his gaze, there was a solemn feeling. This is truly battle strength reaching rank 7. Lu Qingming and the others killed the ruin bat and returned to the outskirts of Taichu. Seeing this, they had wary expressions. Who is this? Pai Shui-han was guessing. This was the first time Giant Hand was used, it was obviously not a well-known immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move, is the person domination immortal Chudu. Many GU immortals could not help but guess. A strength path GU immortal with such battle strength, there was only one well-known in Northern Plains. But soon, everyone shook their heads, with Chudu's demeanor, he would not conceal his identity like this. After Divine Lord Tiandu took back Thunder Shuttle Immortal GU, he looked around. He did not want to fight Unfettered Scholar anymore. Now, even Fang Yuan was a tough opponent, and the traveling three elites were back as well. He knew that with his strength, he could not take advantage of the situation, his expression turned ugly. Even though there was much going on, this all happened in a short period of time. After Fang Yuan used Giant Hand, he had retracted his hand and his arm drooped by his side, under everyone's gaze, he went back to beside Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He purposely kept his head low, not making any noise, it was like he did something insignificant. Fairy Li Shan was in front, he was walking behind her, together with He Lulan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and suspicious. Fang Yuan and the others were dressed in black robes, they wore the same clothes and were very mysterious. Seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, everyone guessed, He Lulan, who was beside him, could have the same battle strength as him. As for the one walking in front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might have even greater strength than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very familiar with people's minds, this small action by him was much more terrifying to other GU immortals compared to his Giant Hand. Even though the other immortals knew that he might be bluffing, but as Fang Yuan and the others landed on the ground and reached the GU formation, as they were searching for clues to capture Dongfang Yuliang, nobody stopped them. Everyone acknowledged the strength of Fang Yuan's group. Of course, the bigger reason was that the wisdom path inheritance was nowhere to be seen. The immortals were shrewd people, they did not want to truly fight now. They fought earlier with probing as their intention, they did not use their real trump cards, or any all-out attacks. Fang Yuan and the others were searching for clues together. A few breaths later, they all gasped. What a teleportation GU formation! Fairy Li Shan's voice was very hoarse. Truly worthy of Dongfang Chongfan, he purposely left behind a GU formation and misled us, He Lulan said. The clues here can help point out the correct direction, but to find Dongfang Yuliang, we need to rely on luck. Fang Yuan continued. What do you mean? A GU immortal did not understand, he asked loudly. Fang Yuan and the others did not answer, they rose into the sky suddenly. They left Taichu, moving in 3 different directions and rapidly vanishing from everyone's eyes. A moment later, Unfettered Scholar landed as well. He inspected it and realized Fang Yuan and the others' words were not lies. As it turned out, Dongfang Chongfan did something to the GU formation. He did not make arrangements to destroy the GU formation, since this formation could only teleport mortal GU masters, it could not transport immortals. If he destroyed the GU formation, there would be GU immortal experts who could capture all sorts of clues and traces, following them and finding Dongfang Yuliang. After all, Dongfang Chongfan was skilled at plotting and deductions, he was not an expert in teleportation GU formations. Thus, he intentionally left behind many trails, while concealing the real route within them, making it hard for people to decipher what was real amongst the fake. This way, the GU immortals would have to split up to find him, even if someone found Dongfang Yuliang, his pressure would be much lower. Earlier, Fang Yuan and the others chose the 3 most probable directions. Unfettered scholar thought over it before choosing a fourth direction, rapidly leaving Tai Chu. After he left, the immortals landed one by one, getting their own clues and leaving in the directions they chose. In the end, only Dongfang tribe's GU immortals were left. These GU immortals are so crafty, no one destroyed the teleportation GU formation. Even if they destroyed it, clues would still remain. These demonic path GU immortals have survived until today. They are not people who would do such strenuous and unrewarding tasks. That's right, they are hoping that even if they went the wrong direction, someone would find the real route. By then, if there is any commotion, they would rush over immediately. Alright, let's go down and see what clues there are. Chapter 784. Ordinary desolate beasts are not my match. Alright, let us go down as well and see what clues there are. Dongfang Wanshu dispelled his concealment methods and moved to the spot where Dongfang Yuliang disappeared. Wasn't First Supreme Elder given special care by Lord Dongfang Chongfan before death? A Dongfang tribe GU immortal asked with some doubts. Yes, First Supreme Elder specially convened us to come together. There are none of us GU immortals currently with the tribe. I was still thinking First Elder would already have some clues. The GU immortals expressed their worries. Dongfang Wanshu heaved a long sigh, speaking in a bleak tone. Don't call me First Supreme Elder. In my heart, only Lord Dongfang Chongfan can be our tribe's First Supreme Elder. We all know Lord Wanshu was nurtured by Lord Chongfan. But now, Lord Chongfan has already passed away. Who can avoid dying in this world? In my opinion, we should focus on the present. Right, now, Lord Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance has attracted so many demonic path GU immortals. Our tribe might be one of the super forces, but any carelessness could result in a catastrophic danger. We need to handle this prudently and safely. If not for Lord Wanshu honestly explaining that these are Lord Chongfan's arrangements before death, we would have left behind at least one GU immortal to guard against any accidents and protect our tribe's seeds. Unlike now, where we have all gathered here. The GU immortals followed closely behind Dongfang Wanshu, speaking one after another. Dongfang Wanshu waved his hand. There is no need to worry, I might not have the correct clues, but I know the method to get those clues. He then closed his eyes and probed clues from the aura left behind by the teleportation GU formation. The GU formation's aura kept on changing. Dongfang Wanshu got different results every time he checked. Dongfang Wanshu followed the instructions Dongfang Chongfan gave him before death, engraving these aura clues in memory, comparing and examining them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew to the sky, saying to the rest, "Follow me." Where is this? Dongfang Yuliang slowly woke up from his state of unconsciousness, his gaze turned from blurry to clear. He had a terrible headache, and in fact, not only did his head hurt, his entire body was covered in wounds of all sizes, blood flowed from his internal organs and bones were fractured in many areas. According to the map left by Lord Chongfan, we have only traveled half the path. How did we suddenly arrive here? Dongfang Yuliang was puzzled, pondering on this while treating the wounds. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, the injuries on his body were soon being healed. I remember that when we meditated to absorb primeval energy from primeval stones, the teleportation GU formation suddenly activated and sent us here. Could it be that the map Lord Dongfang Chongfan gave me is actually fake? Maybe the latter half is fake and the true final point is midway through it. Dongfang Yuliang felt his guess could be correct. From his understanding of Dongfang Chongfan, the latter indeed had such a way of doing things. These arrangements were set up to block the methods of other wisdom path GU immortals. GU immortals of other paths would be afraid of causing inadvertent damage, afraid that the clues with Dongfang Yuliang would be ruined as well as being wary of each other, thus they chose to stay behind and wait for the chance to move. Wisdom path GU immortals, however, could search thoughts and extract the true clues of the map. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong were teleported along with me, but I see no traces of them right now. Maybe they are nearby, who knows? I should first look for them before exploring this hall. After a while, Dongfang Yuliang healed the injuries on his body, then started searching around. He had found that this place was like a group of large halls, and he was inside a hall. The halls were beautiful but ruined, and could be considered to be a giant site of ruins. Dongfang Yuliang moved with caution, but there was no one in the hall, not to mention enemies. Tan Wufeng, young master. After walking a while, Dongfang Yuliang met Tan Wufeng, who also had been looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Po Kong at the exit of the hall. Dong Po Kong was lying on the ground, still unconscious. Dongfang Yuliang and Tan Wufeng used some methods to awaken him. The three were happy at having reunited. Naturally, Dongfang Yuliang was still the leader. He thought for a while and decided, if I am not wrong, this should be where Lord Chongfan set the inheritance. We have already searched the first hall but did not discover any clues. Let's take a look at the second hall. Sure enough, like he expected, when the three entered the second hall, they met with a test at the center of the hall. This was a complicated puzzle, involving a complex mystery. There were clues and evidence given, of which both truths and falsehoods were included. There was also a time limit, under which Dongfang Yuliang had to use wisdom path methods to not only search through the false clues, he also had to deduce the truth of the case. Dongfang Yuliang was indeed worthy of being the successor Dongfang Chongfan chose. In less than 1/3 of the time limit, he passed the test and was richly rewarded with a set of rank 5 wisdom path GU worms. With greatly increased strength, Dongfang Yuliang entered the third hall. This test was a remnant GU recipe. It required Dongfang Yuliang to deduce the recipe within 15 minutes. Boom! A giant strength path hand smashed down like a mountain. Bah! The giant horned sheep let out miserable bleats, filled with injuries and completely suppressed by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled hard several times, but the giant hand still pressed down on it firmly. Finally, the giant horned sheep's energy was used up and it gave up on resisting, not moving anymore. Fang Yuan let out a breath of cloudy air, a pleased look flashing past his eyes. He had followed the clues in his search, but the clues turned out to be false. And when he followed the fifth clue, he came across this desolate beast, giant horned sheep. Fang Yuan was interested in it and started a huge battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected luck with Yi Fan, Hong Yi and Han Li, Fang Yuan did not have a deficit in luck. This giant horned sheep he fought did not have any difficulty to handle GU worms. Giant hand was extremely useful. He repeatedly used it to subdue the giant horned sheep and soon restrained it. There were no twists and turns during the entire battle. Fang Yuan's superiority kept on accumulating until it turned into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. Giant horned sheep is purely a strength path desolate beast. I will raise it in the blessed land. At every set interval of time, I can cut off some of its flesh and use Eat Strength Immortal GU to increase the strength path Dao marks on my body. Who would have expected that I would be able to capture a giant horned sheep alive in this place? It is truly a surprise blessing. Fang Yuan relaxed his breathing. The injuries on his immortal zombie body had already healed. He willed and the giant hand grabbed the giant horned sheep and transported it to his immortal aperture. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, he had frequently purchased strength path related food in Treasure Yellow Heaven, which came out to be a significant expense. Once or twice was okay, but as it continued on, even Fang Yuan was feeling the effect of the huge expenses. He had already planned to raise some strength path desolate beasts as long-term investment. But the transactions of desolate beasts were rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, not to mention that Fang Yuan only wanted pure strength path desolate beasts. I truly made a good move by extorting self-strength immortal GU. My battle strength has reached rank 7 and the giant hand is somewhat more practical than the strength path phantom army. Ordinary desolate beasts like giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even regarding the swamp crab which once damaged Danghun Mountain, I should be able to face it head-on. Even if it had Gruel Mud Immortal GU, I could ensure the safety of Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the pleasure of having the situation in his grasp. He rested and reorganized himself leisurely with no hurry. He was aware of the situation. There were many wolves but only one prey. Only relying on his strength, the chances of devouring Dongfang Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance were too low. If nothing unexpected happens, even if this wisdom path inheritance lands in my hands, it will only be an incomplete part. Sigh, I wonder when I would be able to obtain a truly intact wisdom path inheritance. As Fang Yuan thought over this, Fairy Li Shan's message appeared in his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information gathering ability was indeed superior to Fang Yuan's. There were already some people who had discovered the true location of Dongfang Chongfan's inheritance ground, and an intense battle was already underway at that area. Because of this loud commotion, more and more GU immortals were heading there. Fang Yuan met with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. When they arrived at the place, a dozen or so GU immortals were pacing around the outer perimeter. Ah, it is them. Careful, these three are extremely mysterious. I just returned from the area to the southeast, and saw that person using a giant hand to capture a desolate beast giant horned sheep alive. Demonic Path GU Immortals prioritized strength. The strength Fang Yuan displayed made them apprehensive. Thus, when they slowly flew over, these GU immortals subconsciously parted to make way for them in the air. This is the inheritance ground. Dongfang Chongfan indeed put much thought into this. Fang Yuan observed from above, and soon said in a moved tone. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple. While alive, it was an immemorial desolate beast with the battle strength of a rank 8 GU immortal. It was a space path desolate beast with countless space path Dao marks on its body. These Dao marks were influencing this space, constructing a land of illusory large halls. As long as someone stepped into its range, they would be dragged into the halls. Only if they were rank 8 GU immortal, would they be able to resist this huge force. This ruined bat died in the depths of Tai Chu, its presence caused there to be no desolate beasts around a huge surrounding range. This was a forbidden place within a forbidden place, a fierce area among fierce areas. Dongfang Chongfan was also only a rank 7 GU immortal, but he was actually able to arrange his wisdom path inheritance at this place. This was indeed another clear indication that he was worthy of being called the number 1 wisdom path GU immortal of Northern Plains. It was truly extraordinary. Right as the GU immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yuliang had already been smoothly succeeding and was charging into the 8th hall. My chosen inheritor, you have finally arrived. A lump of star will condensed into Dongfang Chongfan's appearance, in front of Dongfang Yuliang and the others. Master. Dongfang Yuliang prostrated with tears in his eyes. The star will slowly nodded and looked at Dongfang Yuliang. Being able to come here shows your superior talent. This is not the final hall, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you are able to perfect this GU formation and successfully activate it, you can be said to have completely obtained this wisdom path inheritance and receive my wisdom path immortal GU. Master, I will definitely do my best. Dongfang Yuliang showed an intense fighting spirit. You need to be quick, there is not much time left. The star will raised its head, gazing at the sky. Chapter 785. Phantom beasts obstruct the way, immortals are troubled. Bam bam bam, intense explosions continued to occur. In the sky, GU immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they had now found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path GU immortals were all practical and straightforward. Without much hesitation, someone flew down. Since Dongfang Chongfan chose the corpse of an immemorial ruined bat as his wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his own reasons. The huge phantom beast army was stirred. Like a giant black cloud, they rose from beneath the feet of the demonic path GU immortals. These phantom beasts were all of strange appearances. They attacked fearlessly. They were skilled at dodging, and there were several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocking the demonic path GU immortals. Phantom beasts are normally rare, they only appear in places with numerous space path Dao marks. There are so many here. He Lulan was fighting fiercely as she cursed. She lost self-strength immortal GU, her battle strength plummeted. Even though she could use strength chi immortal GU to replace it, and still summon the giant strength path phantom killer move, she could not show her appearance now. Thus, when fighting, she was very restricted. Stay calm, Fairy Li Shan consoled. Phantom beasts have the natural ability to turn into phantoms and avoid attacks. Inspiration for the phantom path of GU masters was obtained from phantom beasts by GU immortal Shu Wuxie. As long as an ancient desolate beast level phantom beast doesn't appear, we will be able to enter the corpse of the immemorial ruin bat eventually. As she said this, a large group of phantom beast birds flew over. Fang Yuan snorted, keeping them away from the other two as he used myriad self-first style, giant hand. A strength path giant hand appeared, stretching its fingers and grabbing. The strength path hand had great power, but when it grabbed, it caused little damage. In this 1,000 phantom beast group, only some dozens had died. Most of the phantom beasts had turned vague, they became nearly invisible, as they remained in their places. When Fang Yuan retracted his strength path hand, these phantom beasts appeared again, they became solid and had real bodies, charging towards Fang Yuan and the others again. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Next to him, Fairy Li Shan waved a hand as a sea of fire spread out. The fire burned in the air, over the entire surroundings, they formed a large barrier. The phantom beasts charged into the sea of fire, using the same ability again and avoiding the flames by turning into phantoms. Their advancement did not slow down. But the moment they ran out of the fire, Fang Yuan had been waiting for them, he grasped with his strength path giant hand. Splat! This time, Fang Yuan grabbed onto them. Hundreds of phantom beasts were turned into meat paste, they lost their lives. The hand slowly opened up, as flesh and blood rained down from the gaps between his fingers, blood was pouring like a drizzle of rain. This group of phantom beasts had around 1,000 in number. With this grasp from Fang Yuan, most of them died. The remaining ones lost their fighting spirit when faced against the imposing Fang Yuan. They scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan killed this group of phantom beasts so easily, but he was not smug. He had a grim expression. The ordinary phantom beasts are still fine. They can only turn into phantoms for a short while. We can eradicate them with some cooperation. But the problem lies in the desolate beast-level phantom beasts. Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan nodded. They were observing the surroundings and paying attention to the battles elsewhere. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, the two rank 7 GU immortals, were fighting with two desolate-level phantom beasts each. Desolate-level phantom beasts were truly special. They could turn into phantoms for a long time. Thus, even though they were rank 6, they were hard to deal with. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han could not take them down even though they hurried to do so. But the two had rich experience. After fighting for a while, they recognized the situation and became less rash. They started to deal with the situation calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in a dangerous situation. One desolate-level phantom beast turned phantom. Its speed rose quickly as it charged towards GU Immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, but the phantom beast also could not touch Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast became solid. Han Dong was inside the phantom beast's body. Once this happened, he entered the phantom beast's stomach. The phantom beast growled proudly. It flew away and left with Han Dong, leaving Lu Qingming and Su Guang behind. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were the traveling three elites. When they joined forces, they could match a rank 7 GU immortal. But they were cooperating when doing that. They were not as powerful individually. Once Han Dong was gone, the remaining two GU immortals' battle strength fell drastically. They were no longer as imposing as before. The two were anxious. They chased and attempted to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that engulfed Han Dong flew down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks without turning phantom again. Han Dong was attacking it from within its stomach as well. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Along the way, it was clearly troubled. It was spitting blood. Why is this phantom beast so stubborn? Earlier when we fought, they would all turn phantom the moment any attacks got close. Quickly turn phantom now, Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's face was grim. Can you still not tell? There is a mastermind behind this. Dongfang Chongfan, I underestimated you. In a hall within the ruins, Dongfang Chongfan's star will watch the sky with his hands behind his back. His body was shining in starlight. His thick and condensed body was shrinking rapidly, becoming more dispersed. This was the ability of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he had died, the methods he left behind could still be used, controlling this phantom beast army, to fight for precious time for his inheritor. Quick, faster, just a bit faster. Behind him, Dongfang Yuliang was full of sweat as he squeezed out all of his potential, trying to finish this GU formation. This GU formation was the final test. After he passed it, he would obtain Dongfang Chongfan's immortal GU, the core essence of the wisdom path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the desolate level phantom beast was bringing Han Dong back to its home, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dongfang Chongfan had such incredible enslavement path methods, he really concealed them deeply. Brother Han Dong will be in deep trouble if he can't escape. What shall we do? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are all very similar. They almost have the same origins. That is not strange. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with a determined light. But Dongfang Chongfan, we feared you when you were alive, avoiding you in your deductions. Now that you are dead, you are still causing trouble for us. But do you think such methods are enough to take us down? You are looking down on the talents of this world. Saying so, his body shook as his arms spread open, resembling a bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, his arms swung in front of his chest, without bending at all, as his hands clapped in front of him. With a loud, crisp sound, an intense wind blew from the force of his clap. The wind danced in the air, forming tens of thousands of wind blades in the air. The wind blades spun around each other, forming a ball-shaped mass resembling dark green vines. They intertwined together as they were sent attacking at the desolate level phantom beast. It's here. Brother Lu's immortal killer move, entangled wind. Su Guang's expression lightened. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If used on the phantom beast, it would definitely suffer a huge blow. Han Dong would be saved. Furthermore, this move, Entangled Wind, was strong and incredible. It was a feigned move of Lu Qingming. It could be manipulated at will. The wind blades could gather and separate with just his thoughts. That was why, even if the phantom beast turned phantom the moment it was hit, causing Entangled Wind to hit Han Dong, Lu Qingming could still separate Entangled Wind in time using his own strength. Once Entangled Wind was split up, even though the attack range would increase, its power would reduce, Han Dong would survive it. But just when he was about to succeed, a vine dragon flew over, targeting the Entangled Wind. Unfettered Scholar, don't even think about it. Su Guang saw this and stared with a furious expression. He hurriedly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. A water lotus appeared below the Entangled Wind all of a sudden. This was the action of the rank 7 GU Immortal, Pai Shui Han, who freed himself for a moment. Lu Qingming snorted coldly as the Entangled Wind split up. A small portion of it could not dodge and entered the water lotus. But most of the wind blades dodged the water lotus and gathered together again, forming a smaller Entangled Wind, and charging towards the desolate level phantom beast. But right at this moment, a strength path giant hand came out of the clouds and grabbed the Entangled Wind. With a loud bang, the strength path giant hand and the Entangled Wind both dissipated. The desolate level phantom beast found an opening and landed on the palace below. With a ripple in space, it vanished. Ah, success had been just around the corner. Su Guang growled loudly in anger, turning towards Fang Yuan with a furious expression. I will kill you. Fang Yuan snickered coldly. He waved his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack, but Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him in time. Stay calm, Su Guang. Lu Qingming's eyes were blood red. We will definitely take revenge for this later, but now, the urgent matter is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang controlled his anger and clenched his fist. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu is right, only after finding Han Dong, we would have rank 7 battle strength by combining our strength. Before this, only the two of them were left. Finding trouble with a rank 7 battle strength expert like Fang Yuan was just asking for humiliation. The two talked at a low volume for a while, before turning around and attacking the palace below. The palace was unmoving from start to end. It was only a mirage. As space rippled again, 3 new desolate level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming wanted to save someone. They went all out and stopped preserving their strength. The 3 desolate level phantom beasts were pushed back. Pai Shui Han saw this and laughed coldly. This was the result he wanted to see. Demonic Path GU Immortals were wary of each other. Until the last moment, nobody would go all out. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the way, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. I have one less true competitor now. At another side, Unfettered Scholar smiled. As he dealt with the desolate level phantom beast, he looked at Pai Shui Han and Fang Yuan. Especially when he saw that Fang Yuan and the others were still standing in a spot without a desolate level phantom beast fighting them, a solemn gaze flashed across his eyes. These 3 are having it easy. This is not a good thing. Unfettered Scholar moved as he thought, luring the desolate level phantom beast towards Fang Yuan and the others. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the surroundings. Seeing this, his gaze was cold. He retreated as he stretched out both hands. 2 giant hands flew out, charging towards Unfettered Scholar without any restraints. At the same time, a 3rd giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him from his surroundings. He can actually use 3 hands at once. Unfettered Scholar's movements paused, the wariness in his mind intensified. Just as they were all harrying and plotting against each other, an elderly GU Immortal appeared silently behind Dongfang Yuliang, who was in the large hall. His eyes were shining with divine brilliance. His gaze swept across Dongfang Chongfan's star will, as well as Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard. He stared at the walls of the hall and the huge GU formation on the ground. Good formation, good formation. Even I, old Lord Kenyang, am seeing this for the first time in my life. He praised continuously. Chapter 786, 1 against 2 rank 7s. Who are you? Dongfang Yuliang saw old Lord Kenyang and was shocked. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong were vigilant. The aura old Lord Kenyang naturally sent out made them feel a strong sense of fear. Dongfang Chongfan's star will slowly turned around, saying to old Lord Kenyang calmly, "You are also here to inherit my wisdom path inheritance." Old Lord Kenyang was slightly stunned. After assessing the star will, he said with a tone of surprise, "Oh, I am also qualified. You could pass the test. You are a capable person. Since you appeared at this moment, you have an affinity with the inheritance. The wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Chongfan, left behind cannot be passed down to those cowardly and useless people, that would just be ruining my reputation, and letting our descendants laugh at the great wisdom path Gu Immortal who can't even arrange his posthumous matters properly, isn't that right? The star will paused for a moment before continuing. Since you have shown your outstanding skill, you naturally have the qualifications to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. But this lad was picked by my main body, now that he is in the test, you cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will not be able to get it. But if he fails, you are allowed to try. Dongfang Chongfan, you are indeed peerless within Northern Plains, you had such a disposition. Old Lord Kenyang looked at Dongfang Chongfan's star will, sighing as he spoke matter-of-factly, I was going to snatch it forcefully, but since this is the case, I do not mind waiting. Old Lord Kenyang was indeed powerful, but this place was arranged by Dongfang Chongfan, even if he snatched it, he would only get an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. For wisdom path inheritances, the more complete they are, the more valuable they will be. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Old Lord Kenyang did not want to lose it. His gaze went from Dongfang Chongfan's star will to Dongfang Yuliang. After looking at him for a while, he turned to Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong. Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong had been completely on alert since he appeared. Old Lord Kenyang's gaze was very calm, but for Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong, they felt as if a fire alarm was blaring. An immense sense of danger was filling them. What are you thinking of doing? Dongfang Yuliang sensed something amiss, he shouted loudly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered, he did not move, but Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong's bodies had ignited on the spot. Ah! The two screamed out shrilly, they collapsed on the floor and struggled intensely. But the yellow-green flames continued to burn, it roasted these two rank 5 GU masters and made them feel pain that could make one wish for death. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed a cold and cruel smile. His intention was to deal with Dongfang Yuliang. If he failed, the opportunity would come. But if he wanted to exterminate Dongfang Yuliang, the star will at the side would not allow it, this would cause Old Lord Kenyang to lose his opportunity. Thus, Old Lord Kenyang targeted Dong Po Kong and Tan Wufeng. To Dongfang Yuliang, these two people were loyal subordinates, they were his right-hand men. He was naturally affected greatly, he was also an astute person, he knelt down and begged Dongfang Chongfan's star will for help. Master, without these two, I would not have made it here, please save them. Star will waved its sleeves, it said coldly, mercy does not suit an army commander, kindness does not suit scheming. Dongfang Yuliang, you are the disciple of my main body, but my main body is dead, I am only a star will left behind, my main purpose is to find a suitable inheritor for this inheritance. The help I gave you has already reached its limit, there is no use even if you beg me. Rather than wasting time here, I would rather you use your time well and complete the GU formation, passing the test. The star will said that out loud, but at the same time, a voice was transmitted into Dongfang Yuliang's mind. Yuliang, oh Yuliang, the situation is extremely dangerous, this Gu Immortal is a huge threat, he has great battle strength, even my main body would be wary of him. Furthermore, I am only a will now, I deceived and managed to stall him, you have to quickly complete this Gu formation. This formation is both an inheritance and also a way to deter enemies. If you can complete it in time, you will be able to use it to challenge Gu Immortals. By then, you might be able to save your two subordinates' lives. Land spirits were pure, they never lied, their actions and words were all truthful. But the star will was a will, it could lie. Dongfang Yuliang heard the star will's transmission and his heart shook, he finally understood the star will's difficulty, he shouted loudly as he stood up, he screamed at Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong, brothers, you have to hang in there. I will definitely save your lives. Saying this, he turned back with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the Gu formation. Old Lord Kenyang frowned, he willed and the fire became larger, Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong's faces contorted from pain, their painful cries became twice as loud. Even though they cried out in grievous pain, they could not die. Rank 5 GU masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Old Lord Kenyang, they were like wooden puppets, they were completely controlled, they could not die even if they wanted to. As Dongfang Yuliang heard the cries, his mind became clearer, his gaze became more firm, he was not overrun by anger and hatred, instead, his eyes started bleeding, this was the result of him deducing intensely and expending his mental strength. Old Lord Kenyang tortured the two and saw no effect, instead it made Dongfang Yuliang try even harder. The incomplete GU formation was being constructed at a faster pace. Old Lord Kenyang's face showed some worry. At this rate, if Dongfang Yuliang succeeds, his plans would be ruined. Dongfang Yuliang had quite a chance to succeed, not only because he was doing well now, but because he was the person chosen by Dongfang Chongfan, he had to have potential. If Dongfang Yuliang obtained the inheritance, with old Lord Kenyang's battle strength, there was a possibility that he could snatch it. But the problem was his central continent identity. He was a central continent GU Immortal. Coming to northern plains was risky in itself. The 5 regions in this world, no matter which one, were hostile to foreigners. Especially in northern plains, now that 88 Truyong building had collapsed, there was a huge wave of commotion. If his central continent GU Immortal identity was exposed, there would be huge trouble. Thus, old Lord Kenyang would rather move secretly, trying to save time and keep himself concealed. He would want to avoid any battle. Old Lord Kenyang took a look at Dongfang Chongfan's star will, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He felt an urge to attack Dongfang Yuliang secretly. But he was afraid that he would lose the opportunity because of this. If he lost this chance, in the end he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance. It had little value. But he was afraid of the star will lying. With old Lord Kenyang's experience, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Chongfan was a wisdom path GU Immortal after all. Even the star will that he left behind after dying could influence a strong foe like old Lord Kenyang and make him uncertain with just a few words. Outside in the sky, GU Immortals and phantom beasts were fighting chaotically. Unfettered Scholar saw Fang Yuan's 3 hands, his wariness increased. He only froze momentarily. Soon, he raised his speed and charged towards Fang Yuan. Even though he was facing 2 strength path hands, he did not have any intention of retreating. He wanted to force Fang Yuan and the others into trouble, to probe their true abilities. Fang Yuan saw that he did not manage to deter Unfettered Scholar. He was not upset. He manipulated the 2 hands and without any scruples, attacked Unfettered Scholar. He dared to attack. He really attacked. Between 2 rank 7 battle strengths, this will be a good show. I have to hide far away, to not get dragged in. The surrounding GU Immortals retreated, leaving a huge space for Fang Yuan and Unfettered Scholar to fight. Unfettered Scholar was agile. Even though Fang Yuan's 2 hands grabbed, they could not touch even his clothes. Unfettered Scholar was dressed in a white robe. He wore a tall hat and had black hair. He flew like an agile crane, free and unrestricted. Seeing the 2 hands fail in getting him, Fang Yuan's body shook as 2 more hands showed up. Along with the strength path giant hand protecting his body, he summoned a total of 5 giant hands. Each of his strength path giant hands took the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms in Fang Yuan's aperture, gathering and focusing on one of Fang Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. In accordance with Fang Yuan's current body toughness, he could only take the strength of 20,000 phantoms each. Any more and his arms would break apart even before attacking. But do not forget, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed zombie. He had 8 arms. If he used all of them, he would be able to summon 8 strength path giant hands. 5 was not his limit yet. 4 of the strength path giant hands flew in the air, attacking Unfettered Scholar. The latter was still safe and sound even though it was harder now. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Sir, is that all you can do?" He called himself unfettered. He was naturally skilled at movement. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands were powerful, but they were not fast. They could do nothing to Unfettered Scholar. Unless Unfettered Scholar made a mistake, there was no chance of Fang Yuan capturing him. This was the limitation of Giant Hand. Giant Hand was powerful, but it had weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although Unfettered Scholar was leading in the battle, he was shocked inside. The battle strength that Fang Yuan displayed made him feel heavy. Especially with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan standing behind Fang Yuan, fighting with minimal force, could those two be even more powerful? Even if Unfettered Scholar himself fought, he could not force out the true strength of these 3 people. At another side, Pai Shui Han was also suspicious. This can't continue. His gaze was determined. The waves below his feet split. A wave that was more than 100 feet tall crashed at Fang Yuan and the others. Actually, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were not on good terms. They even had fought with each other previously. They had old grudges. But right now, after seeing Fang Yuan's strength, Pai Shui Han was not an ordinary character either. He put down his grudge and turned his firepower towards Fang Yuan, assisting Unfettered Scholar. The 2 rank 7 GU Immortals attacked Fang Yuan. The other GU Immortals quickly retreated. Come then. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He had no fear. 3 more hands flew out. A total of 8 strength path giant hands. 3 were blocking Unfettered Scholar. 3 were flying at Pai Shui Han. The last 2 were floating around him, prepared and ready to strike. It gave others a huge sense of threat. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies also gave off immortal GU auras. These immortal GU auras were not just one each. They each had at least 2 auras, they oozed out, unconcealed. But just this could not scare off Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. The two looked at each other before one of them shouted, having so many immortal GU, you three must be famous experts, you are hiding your identities so deeply, don't tell me you are Righteous Path GU immortals. The other person, Unfettered Scholar, shouted, I am familiar with many Northern Plains GU immortals. I wonder which old friend could be playing a joke on me. Or perhaps none of you are Northern Plains GU immortals. Both of their words were deadly, one was slandering them to be Righteous Path GU immortals, they were trying to set them apart from the demonic path cultivators. The other was more ruthless, he said that Fang Yuan and the others were not people from Northern Plains, he was trying to stir up the feeling of a common enemy in these demonic path GU immortals. GU immortals were all calculating and scheming people, when they fought, it was not just using swords and blades, they fought using words, they competed in terms of wisdom and strategy. Chapter 787, Plotting for the Tribe Even After Death. Ever since 88 Truyong building collapsed, and Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, the entirety of Northern Plains GU immortal world had stirred up in shock, they were trying to find the culprit behind this. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had malicious intentions, not only did they join up and attack Fang Yuan together, they even slandered and tried to isolate him. By now, Fang Yuan had to speak. Are you two trying to slander me into doing something foolish? Hee, you are looking down on me, you are looking down on all our fellow immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains GU immortal, my Northern Plains aura is clear for everyone to see. If you want to defame me, you should at least make a credible lie. The other demonic path GU immortals retreated even further now. He Lulan's mouth twitched. Fang Yuan obviously was the culprit behind it all, but he was speaking now like he was innocent, with such confidence. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not know that although they were deliberately making slander, they actually hit the truth. The one who caused Imperial Court blessed land's destruction, who else could it be but Fang Yuan? The contest of words was countered by Fang Yuan, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han did not speak, they attacked even more fiercely. Being attacked at once by 2 rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead became covered in sweat quickly, he defended himself from all directions, he was barely holding on. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while his opponents were true rank 7 GU immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge difference. Fang Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but the longer the strength path giant hands were used, the more Fang Yuan's arms would be unable to sustain the burden, they would gradually reach the point of exploding into meat paste. I have a wood path killer move, but it is a trump card of mine, I barely use it normally. It can be used on one of the enemies, and possibly gravely injure them. But I will need you to restrict them and move the location elsewhere. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage, she was anxious and transmitted this to him. Fang Yuan shook his head as he smiled bitterly, replying, the strength path giant hands have incredible power, but they are slow, it is extremely difficult to trap any one of them, there is little hope. Fairy, you can wait for a moment, I still have a plan. If this fails, it will not be too late for you to strike. Oh, Fairy Li Shan heard this and held in her anxiety. After several rounds, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were closing in, Fang Yuan's disadvantage was getting higher. Now is the time. A bright flash shined across Fang Yuan's eyes, he manipulated 6 strength path giant hands as he slammed down. Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were both below the giant hands, they felt a strong pressure coming down from above, slamming towards them. At once, the air seemed to have frozen. The giant hands whipped up strong winds, causing Unfettered Scholar's clothes to flutter, as Pai Shui Han's expression tensed. The strength path giant hands slammed down together, they were so fierce that the onlookers' hearts jumped. But Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were already familiar with the strength path giant hands, the former scoffed while the latter smiled lightly, they used their movement killer moves and avoided the hands. But Fang Yuan acted differently from before, he did not stop his attack, he continued exerting force, slamming the 6 giant hands down on the ground. This change caught everyone off guard, even Dongfang Chongfan's Star Will below became stunned. Oh no, the Star Will's expression changed, he wanted to stop it but it was too late. Boom, 6 strength path giant hands slammed down in the air, causing ripples to appear in the space, the loud sound was like the boom of thunder. Countless space path Dao marks embedded in the air were smashed by the strength path giant hands. Dongfang Chongfan's arrangements were destroyed, the concealment illusion was gone, the immemorial desolate beast-level ruin bat corpse's true appearance was exposed. What a huge ruin bat! Its body was sprawled flat on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters in size. Its wings were thick and huge, covering a few li of sand. The bat wings were slightly lower, while the head was the highest. Looking upon it from a high altitude, it resembled a small mountain. On the ruin bat's back, there was a huge wound. The wound was extremely deep. Fang Yuan looked at it and knew that it was the ruin bat's fatal injury, but he did not know which existence caused it. At the periphery of the injury, the flesh and fur of the ruin bat was corroded, showing its white bones. On the skeleton, there were extremely thick space path Dao marks, interwebbed together to conjure a small space. Inside this space, there was a hall that was so run down it looked like ruins. Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands had already broken into this small space, it was connected to the outside world now. Dongfang Chongfan's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside, whoever snatches it first gets it. Fight our way in. Wealth moved people's hearts, the inheritance of Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal in this generation, to the demonic path GU Immortals, it was extremely attractive. Fang Yuan opened a pathway directly, it triggered the greed in all of the demonic path GU Immortals. The first demonic path GU Immortal flew down, causing the other demonic path GU Immortals to feel an intense sense of urgency, they rushed down one after another. Unfettered Scholar was hesitant, while Pai Shui Han had already given up on Fang Yuan, he flew into the tunnel below. Unfettered Scholar sighed lightly, looking at Fang Yuan deeply, he turned into a white light and fought his way into the tunnel. But at the next moment, 6 brand new desolate level phantom beasts, as well as an ancient desolate level phantom beast flew out of the small space, colliding with all of the demonic path GU Immortals. The two sides fought in a chaotic mess again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fang Yuan saw this and squinted, slightly shocked inside. Old Lord Kenyang was also shocked, the situation was getting more urgent, seemingly thoroughly sobering him. Snorting coldly, a cruel smile appeared on his face, as a huge flame turned Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong into charcoal. These two core rank 5s, at the peak of the mortal world, they had a tough journey in following Dong Fang Yuliang, reaching this stage. In the end, they were killed by Old Lord Kenyang in an instant, burned to death. At the same time, as Old Lord Kenyang snorted coldly, Dong Fang Yuliang, who was working hard, spat out blood like he was struck by lightning, he knelt on the ground. Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates, and still dare to attack me. Dong Fang Yuliang struggled to get up, he was shouting in anger and hatred. Old Lord Kenyang's eyes darted around, he sneered, don't frame me, I did nothing. In saying this, the corners of his eyes were locked on Dong Fang Chongfan's star will. This was Old Lord Kenyang's probe, to see if this star will's methods were real or not. Dong Fang Chongfan's star will saw this and heaved a long sigh, saying, it has gotten to this point, so be it, everyone come out. Once he said that, a change occurred. In the hall, a mysterious light burst out. When the light faded, 8 Dong Fang tribe GU Immortals appeared together, they were surrounding Old Lord Kenyang in the middle as they shouted. Old scoundrel, you dare to target our tribe's inheritance, your death date will be today. Although this old scoundrel is despicable, the traitor in our tribe is even more deplorable. Quickly tell us, who was the one who informed you in secret? Old Lord Kenyang was no longer calm, panic flashed across his eyes as he looked at the star will with much rage and shock, so this was a plot against me. Dong Fang Chongfan's star will nodded, indeed. Before my main body died, I had instructed Dong Fang Wanshu and taught him the correct method. Using this, he obtained the secret passageway from the teleportation GU formation. He told the 7 GU Immortals around him this secret passageway. After that, on the way here, they met with my arrangements and were attacked by the desolate beasts, keeping them busy. Meanwhile, the traitor in my tribe is evidently among these 8. The traitor was stalled by the desolate beasts and could not come here. Afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would end up in the hands of others, he sent this secret information using a certain method to you. After receiving the information, you surpassed the other demonic path GU Immortals and arrived here first. Old Lord Kenyang's expression was grim, he stared at the star will as he said eerily, so that is it. Even though you knew that Dong Fang tribe had a traitor, you did not know who it was. That is correct, Star will nodded, but now it seems, the traitor is among these 8. Who was it, who betrayed our bloodline, who betrayed our tribe? Dong Fang Wanshu screamed. At this point, you have already exposed some clues, it will only take some effort to find you, why are you not owning up? Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other GU immortals looked at each other, some had solemn expressions while the others had a furious look. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 GU immortals, but they were all rank 6. Old Lord Kenyang was a true rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Even though Dongfang tribe's GU immortals were greater in numbers, they knew that one of them was a traitor, that caused them to be wary of each other. They did not attack directly. Old Lord Kenyang frowned slowly, looking at the Star Will. Wait, since you saw through the plot and were targeting me from the start, you could have triggered the arrangements before I entered. Why did you wait until now? The Star Will stood on the spot, refusing to answer him. Dongfang tribe's GU immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence, noises of the intense battles from above could be heard. Old Lord Kenyang twitched in sudden understanding. I get it, you want to borrow my strength to deal with these demonic path GU immortals. All you need to do is to intentionally make Dongfang Yuliang fail, and I would think that I could compete for this inheritance. By then, all of the demonic path GU immortals outside would be my enemies. Of course, with your wisdom, you can certainly think of another, better method to make me your pawn. When these demonic path GU immortals and I fight it out and become weakened, your GU immortals would be able to reap more profits. It is a good plan, what a great scheme. Unfortunately, any sort of arrangement is not safe from accidents. The Star Will said, acknowledging Old Lord Kenyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6 strength path giant hands. Teacher, Dongfang Yuliang was standing stunned on the spot. The scene in front of him made him feel helpless. He was both joyful and sorrowful. He was joyful because the enemy was restricted, the tribe was prepared for it. He was sorrowful because he was just bait, he was a pawn meant to attract the enemy. His hard work, Tan Wufeng and Dong Po Kong's sacrifice, they seemed like foolish, laughable jokes. As if he sensed Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, the Star Will turned around and looked at the inheritor that he chose. Yuliang, you do not need to think too deeply about it. I was using the wisdom path inheritance to trap our strong foes and exterminate the traitor in our tribe. But the arrangement here is real, the wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background, he is from Immortal Crane sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They also have their wisdom path GU immortals. It is only when I place the true wisdom path inheritance here, that I would not leave behind any flaws that would allow the enemy's wisdom path GU immortals to find out. So that's it. Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook, he felt ashamed but also deep admiration. He was ashamed about his own foolish thoughts, he was also admiring his teacher Dongfang Chongfan. The latter taught him painstakingly, even after death, he plotted and attempted to protect Dongfang tribe, eliminating their traitor. The enemy was so strong, Dongfang Chongfan made such an arrangement due to his wisdom, but also because he was helpless against such a strong foe. After experiencing the difficulty that his teacher was feeling, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more deeply ashamed of himself. Chapter 788. Cards revealed, the true traitor's identity. Alright, Yuliang, go and complete the GU formation. As long as you go through this last round, you will be able to obtain my main body's true inheritance. As for you, Old Lord Kenyang, you will die here today. Dongfang Chongfan's Star Will said slowly. Old Lord Kenyang took a step back, he spoke arrogantly. HMPH, although I am alone, you are only a group of rank 6 along with a mere will, you want to take my life. Don't forget that my ally is among you. There are also demonic path GU immortals outside, they are like hungry wolves, your phantom beasts can't hold them off for long. Although he said that, his face showed a vigilant and alert expression. To live to his age, and obtain such accomplishments, a vigilant nature was a necessary trait. Old Lord Kenyang's words were true, he attacked Dongfang tribe's weakness. That was also why Dongfang tribe's GU immortals did not attack rashly despite having an advantage in numbers. Dongfang Chongfan's Star Will laughed. During the remote antiquity era, star constellation Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path, died, but she deduced matters over 1,000,000 years after her death. It caused 3 future demon venerables to return empty-handed, protecting Heavenly Court. Although I, Dongfang Chongfan, am far inferior to star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still somewhat deduce matters within 100 years after my demise. Since I made such an arrangement, I have my trump cards. Saying so, an illusory GU formation appeared in the hall. Countless GU worms flew around, they were like the threads of countless spiders, weaved in the large hall. Compared to this new formation, the GU formation that Dongfang Yuliang was completing resembled a baby in front of an adult. Old Lord Kenyang saw this and his expression turned ugly. This is a phantom formation. To think that you, Dongfang Chong Fan, had such deep attainment in phantom path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary GU formations, once exposed, were easy to target and destroy. That was because the GU worms that made up the GU formation were of solid form. The GU worms themselves were very fragile, even the immortal level spring autumn cicada could be destroyed by Fang Yuan if he squeezed it between his fingers lightly. But this phantom formation was a high-level method involving phantom path. It made all of the GU worms in the GU formation turn phantom, while not obstructing the effect of the GU formation itself. The phantom beasts could hold off Fang Yuan and the other demonic path GU immortals for so long because of their ability to turn phantom. Once they turned phantom, no moves would have any effect on them. The star will display the GU formation outright, not afraid of Old Lord Kenyang destroying it. That was because the GU formation had turned phantom. Old Lord Kenyang could only watch it activate, there was nothing he could do. As the GU formation started to activate, a blinding light filled the hall. Ha ha ha, Old Lord Kenyang laughed loudly. Since I cannot do anything to the phantom formation, I will kill all of you instead. Everyone, be careful, he is attacking. Beware of the traitor, do not be too careless. This is a life and death moment for our tribe. That's right, as long as we survive this, all will be smooth sailing. The Dongfang tribe GU immortals were all waiting in seriousness, they were deeply focused. Everyone, don't be anxious, for the time being, he can't get here. Dongfang Chongfan's star will was very calm. At the next moment, Old Lord Kenyang charged over, but his movements were very slow. The fire that he shot out was originally very fast, but now it was slow like a snail. This is... Old Lord Kenyang quickly realized that he did not become slower. Instead, a mystical change had occurred to the space in front of him that could not be observed with the naked eye. The distance seemed short, but the space was condensed. I spent decades and immense effort to design this. Although this hall looks ordinary and is no different from the other halls, I had shifted most of the space path Dao marks on the corpse here. Although we and Old Lord Kenyang are only tens of steps apart, our true distance is gigantic. The star will said slowly. As expected of Lord Dongfang Chongfan, Dongfang tribe GU immortals were relieved, their eyes were shining as they looked at the star will with much admiration. The star will nodded. Now is the crucial moment, I will tell you the truth. This formation is a large formation. With my wisdom path immortal GU as the core, and blood path immortal GU as support, once activated, the power will be overwhelming, it can shake heaven and earth. Furthermore, because of the blood path immortal GU, it has an amazing effect against GU immortals. As long as the GU formation is activated, not only can it kill Old Lord Kenyang, it can even slaughter all of the demonic path GU immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will be renowned in northern plains, both the righteous and demonic paths, and the other major forces would be greatly wary of us. After this battle ends, you can move this formation back to our blessed land. If Yu Liang can obtain my inheritance, he will be the person in charge of controlling this formation. Dongfang tribe's GU immortals heard this and became excited. In contrast, Old Lord Kenyang's expression was unable to conceal his suspicion and wariness. The star will continued. My main body had formed an agreement with the righteous path super forces before dying, creating an alliance, but in this world, only power that one has in their own hands can best ensure safety. You must remember, do not unnecessarily place hope in others' hands. Dongfang tribe's GU immortals nodded, they expressed that they had learned a lesson. Dongfang Yikong shouted, Lord Chongfan, our tribe still has that traitor. No matter how vigilant we are, we can't defend against an internal threat. Don't be anxious, the star will laughed, I'm not finished yet. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses. This GU formation is very powerful, but it has a severe drawback. To activate this GU formation, it will need to use the Immortal Aperture Origin Core of GU Immortals. What? Many of Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals shouted in shock. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core was the foundation of the Immortal Aperture, the base of it all. Once it was drawn out, the painstakingly developed Immortal Aperture would reverse its progression, the space would shrink and the primeval energy would dwindle, life forms within would die en masse. The GU Immortal themselves would weaken instead of progressing. Once the time comes, heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities in the Immortal Aperture would be devastating. The shrinking of the Immortal Aperture would mean the weakening of the GU Immortal, they would die from disasters if they were not vigilant. Since their lives were at stake, Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals lost their bearings. But soon, one GU Immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanshu. The people in the hall heard him speak. There cannot be benefits without losses. Lord Chongfan had planned this with much difficulty, creating this situation now. For Dongfang tribe, what reasons do I have not to make such a sacrifice? That's right, truly worthy of Lord Wan Shu. I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. The Star Will smiled, he was silent as he looked at the others. The other GU immortals looked at each other, nodding quickly. They decided to eliminate the tribe's strong foes by sacrificing themselves. No need to rush. The Star Will waved his hand, he said slowly, I have something else to tell all of you. Once you enter the GU formation, the Immortal Aperture Origin Core would start being extracted. By then, none of you would not be able to move or leave forcefully. Your lives and deaths will be in my control. Are you still willing? If you are not, you can step out now. The GU Immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanshu's eyes were shining with a lively light. He looked around and smiled coldly. Traitor, you should reveal yourself now, if not, it will be too late. Star Will's words were naturally for the traitor. As long as one thought about it, they would realize, if there was really a traitor, after hearing this, they would feel great mental pressure. Once they entered the formation, their life would not be in their own hands. If they were exposed when attacking Old Lord Kenyong later due to panic, then they would not be able to fight back at all. If there really was a traitor, they would have other goals and would not want to attack Old Lord Kenyong. They would not want their lives to be in the Star Will's hands. After that, a few breaths later, none of Dongfang tribe's GU immortals in the hall stood out. Alright, at this point, I, Wan Shu, have to admire you. No wonder you could conceal yourself in the tribe for so long, and so deeply. Dongfang Wanshu said with much hatred. The Star Will laughed lightly. In that case, enter the formation. The Phantom GU formation had 8 core points. The Dongfang tribe GU immortals entered and occupied 1 each. The GU formation activated slowly. The GU immortals' expressions changed as they felt their immortal apertures tremble. A strong suction force was emitting from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation, let it run fully. The Star Will was solemn. The GU immortals were hesitant, but they eventually opened their immortal apertures and allowed traces of their immortal aperture origin cores to be drawn out, flowing out from the 8 core points of the formation. In the Phantom formation, a faint blood-colored light quickly surfaced. Under the effect of the blood-colored light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores converged in the GU formation. They were actually fusing into one. This formation is really mystical. A GU immortal saw this and could not help but praise. This is because all of you have Dongfang tribe's bloodline in you. Your bloodlines are close, your origins are the same. Therefore, your bloodlines can mix, and your immortal aperture origin can fuse. Only by fusing could they accumulate in quantity, and summon a huge force. Dongfang Chongfan's Star Will slowly explained. The 8 GU immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wanshu's eyes were shining with brilliance. He looked around but could not find out any flaws that could expose the traitor. No matter. The Star Will laugh lightly. In this situation, regardless of who the traitor is, they are already under my control. They are putting in strength for our tribe. Everyone, relax, I am going to extract more of your immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Right, we will kill all of these accursed demonic path GU immortals. They dare to target our Dongfang tribe. The Phantom formation burst out in a bright light. The GU immortals snorted as their expressions turned dark. Some of them were frowning while others were feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores were like lumps of water as they fused in the Phantom formation, converging into a huge force. They resembled a slumbering fierce beast. No matter who it was, anyone could feel that this force was huge. Even the surrounding air had ripples it in, as if it could not hold such power. The GU immortals in Dongfang tribe had red faces. Some of their bodies were trembling, some of them had ruthless expressions. They were all looking forward to this rampaging power. But this power was not unleashed yet under the control of the Star Will. It was prepared for release but remained in place. No need to rush. The Star Will looked into the sky, at the chaotic battle. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path GU immortals were all slaughtered, almost none were left. The Star Will was like a flood dragon, hiding in the river, waiting for the best time to strike. Once the time was right, the flood dragon would soar into the sky, overturning rivers and seas. By then, the unfortunate people would be the one charging at its front. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang stood up, shouting loudly, "Master, I did it, I succeeded in completing this GU formation, I completed your request." The Star Will's gaze swept towards him, he showed a pleased smile, "Very good. Yu Liang, you did not disappoint me. Enter the formation 2, stand at the center. Although you are immortal, you will need to ascend to immortal eventually. When the battle begins, you will experience the power of a GU immortal, it will be of great help for your future. Yes, master, I will listen to you. Dongfang Yu Liang's eyes were red, he was so moved he was choking back tears. He leapt, jumping into the air, with the power of the phantom formation, he stood in the formation's central core as he floated in the air. In the sky, despite unfettered scholar and Pai Shui Han's heavy disturbances, Feng Yuan finally found a chance. The sky in front of him was clear, there was nothing stopping him, the chance was only momentary, he latched onto it and flew down with minimal attention to his safety. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down, only one was left protecting his body. It is time, the star will saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang tribe GU immortals were all looking into the sky with much bloodlust. At the next moment, they saw old Lord Kenyang flying up, blocking Feng Yuan's attack as he forced the latter back into the sky. This turn of events made all of the Dongfang tribe GU immortals look on with stunned expressions. All of my efforts were not in vain, in forming this plot to regain my life through possession, now is the moment. The star will laugh loudly, he was extremely excited. Dongfang Chongfan's soul suddenly appeared, charging into the phantom formation center as he entered Dongfang Yu Liang's body. Ha ha ha, you bunch of fools. I will tell you the true traitor in Dongfang tribe is that beloved Lord Chongfan of yours, ha 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 ha. Old Lord Kenyang was laughing maniacally. Chapter 789, Blood Veil Obstruct Immortals. What? Dongfang Wanshu stared with wide open eyes. This is not possible, Dongfang Yikong firmly denied. How could it be Lord Dongfang Chongfan? Everyone, be careful, this is likely to be an illusion. The enemy cannot break the formation, so he is trying to confuse us. All the GU immortals of Dongfang tribe had incredulous expressions, unable to accept this shocking fact. Old Lord Kenyang scoffed. Confuse you guys? Laughable, all of you are incapable of moving, you aren't even worth confusing. You have already become meat on the chopping board, unable to free yourselves, it is funny how you still cannot see the truth. He he he. These words were like shocking strikes of lightning that ruthlessly assaulted the Dongfang tribe's GU immortals. Everyone looked at Dongfang Chongfan's star will. Dongfang Wanshu shouted, Lord Chongfan, this is not real. Dongfang Yikong asked, Lord Chongfan, please speak up. Lord Chongfan, Dongfang Chongfan, what are your intentions? Countless questions and shouts echoed in this hall. The star will chuckled, seemingly at leisure. He was only a will, but had condensed into the image of his body back when he was alive, his frame was upright, his face like that of jade, his eyes full of splendor and a graceful aura of a great commander was revealed. However, right now, this sight, this attitude and demeanor, caused a chill to emerge in the hearts of Dongfang tribe's GU immortals. The phantom formation transformed again, the enormous power which it had condensed was finally being released at this moment. It was like a surge of waves, blood-colored light shot out everywhere, forming a thick bloody veil that covered the main location in the ruined bat's corpse. At this sight, Dongfang Wanshu and the rest finally had a huge change in their expressions. They had thought this formation was used for attacking the enemies, but its true use was to defend. This chilling fact was displayed in front of everyone's eyes, tearing apart the lies told by the star will. Dongfang Chongfan, why are you doing this? Why are you harming us? Dongfang Wanshu looked malevolent, his expression filled with pain and grief. What could it be for? Being alive is the foundation for everything, who would want to die? Who doesn't want to live? As long as there is a sliver of a hope to survive, who can resist the temptation? Old Lord Kenyang sneered, staring at the phantom formation intently without blinking. Looking at the phantom formation operating normally, Old Lord Kenyang could not help but take a deep breath. This possession technique really has an extremely high price. It needs the sacrifice of GU immortals every time it is activated. If it was true, this possession technique could not be used widely as the activation conditions were too costly. Dongfang Chongfan's star will slowly shook its head. Old Lord, you don't need to worry. I previously obtained this possession technique in 88 Truyong building. The contents inside allow one to possess mortals and even GU immortals. But to possess GU immortals, one's cultivation must be higher than the target. Moreover, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This is akin to a raven taking over a seagull's nest, it is unfitting and has great disadvantages. While alive, I was a wisdom path GU Immortal, but I did not have a suitable wisdom path GU Immortal as the possession target. Thus, I exerted effort to think and plan for so many years before I finally obtained this formation. This formation was created with the possession technique as the foundation. It can let me possess a mortal, and at the same time, it can mobilize the origin cores of GU Immortals of the same bloodline and create a completely new wisdom path immortal aperture, allowing me to immediately become an immortal after possession and avoid the dangerous stage of having weaker cultivation initially. Hearing the Star Will's explanation, old Lord Kenyang sized up the Star Will while also being inwardly shocked. This Dongfang Chongfan concealed his abilities really well. Not only is his wisdom path attainment enough to be known as the best in Northern Plains, he also can use space path Dao marks and manipulate the Phantom Beast army. Now, it seems his blood path attainment is also not low. The Star Will did not know of the churning of old Lord Kenyang's inner thoughts, still continuing its explanation. Don't underestimate this formation. With these 8 GU Immortals sacrificing themselves, they will be supplying me with abundant resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will absolutely be the best within high grade. There is also another key point. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fish, insects and so on. It would be as if I had managed the blessed land for many years. This would save hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I complete possession, not only would my cultivation be restored, I will also have enough resources, much more than when I was alive. Old Lord Kenyang, feel free to observe and ask questions as you desire. I will explain the key content of every step. A heated expression flashed across old Lord Kenyang's face. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Chongfan's Star Will. You truly made a good plan, wanting me to keep you safe from danger. My presence here was to help you resist these demonic path GU Immortals. And when you succeed in advancing to GU Immortal, there will definitely be a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. At that time, I will be by your side, forced to take action even if I don't want to. Dongfang Chongfan's Star Will smiled without any shame from having his scheme exposed. He looked at old Lord Kenyang and said with a quiet and deep voice, if you want to gain something in this world, you need to be prepared to pay the price. How can there be free things? In particular, the more you want to obtain, the higher the risk will be. What is old Lord's decision? Please confirm it quickly. Old Lord Kenyang snickered, but inwardly, he deeply admired Dongfang Chongfan for being decisive in what to give up. Back then, when Dongfang Chongfan obtained the possession technique from 88 Truyong Building's True Inheritance secluded domain, he had also discovered the arrangements of Central Continent's 10 great sects. Meanwhile, Immortal Crane sect had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Chongfan became a GU Immortal and joined the higher-ups of the tribe, he secretly discovered this fact. But he did not expose this, instead following this clue to covertly engage in cooperation with Immortal Crane sect. He used the possession technique to make a transaction with Immortal Crane sect. Lifespan GU were hard to find, any GU Immortal would scramble for any methods for life extension. Let alone when this possession technique came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Immortal Crane sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent and had long history with deep foundations, but even it could not resist the temptation of the possession technique. The two sides had their own needs. Dongfang Chongfan slowly released the contents of the possession technique while obtaining resources from Immortal Crane sect. He used these resources to quickly advance and successfully passed many tribulations. He also supported the next generations of the tribe and formed schemes directed everywhere, bringing the declining Dongfang tribe to glory. In cooperating with a person like Dongfang Chongfan, old Lord Kenyang was very cautious, not relaxing his guard, even though he was stronger. He did not think for long, nodding and accepting. Dongfang Chongfan's Star Will gave a laugh. Good, I will explain the first step. Old Lord Kenyang listened, paying full attention. It was clear to him that Dongfang Chongfan was using him, but old Lord Kenyang had come as a representative of Immortal Crane sect's will, thus he also had no other choice. Old Lord Kenyang thought of the heavy reward from the sect for completing this mission, and that was his motivation to continue. Dongfang tribe's 8 GU Immortals were already cursing loudly. Dongfang Yuliang was unconscious and motionless, his eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fang Yuan looked down at another sight. He saw an incomparably large blood veil which covered the ruined bat's corpse like a mountain. The blood veil was extremely thick, with greatly plentiful quantities of blood-colored light, and the terrifying might it showcased could make one's heart palpitate. The demonic path GU Immortals turned their attentions to the blood veil, and stopped their internal conflicts. Some among them tried using their methods in attacking the blood veil, but it was like pebbles being thrown into a large lake. There were only slight ripples on the blood veil, and it stood unmoved, stable like a mountain. Such a strong defense. What GU formation is this? I have neither seen it nor even heard of it before. Dongfang Chongfan truly left behind an endless number of arrangements. The demonic path GU immortals were making guesses. Fang Yuan also frowned. Even though he was an expert in blood path and had his previous life's memories, he had never seen nor heard of this GU formation. Who cares what GU formation this is, it will break with one smash from my hammer. GU Immortal Zhou Zhan shouted and charged forward. He was riding a flying boar desolate beast, his body was covered in armor and he was holding a giant hammer. He had a burly build and was easily irritable, but he bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhou Zhan felt very proud for being in the limelight, his expression turning even more fierce. But several breaths later, his fierce expression was gone completely, replaced by shock and fear. As he approached the blood veil, the blood in his body went out of his control, and started flowing out of his body. GU immortals were called immortals, but their bodies, for the most part, still retained the normal workings and functions of the human body. Blood supported the movement of the body and was a crucial part. Zhou Zhan was still a far distance from the blood veil, but half the blood in his body had sprayed out. If he continued, before he even reached the blood veil, his blood would completely seep out and he would turn into a dried-out corpse. Such an odd formation. This is the effect of Menzi's blood GU, it can draw out blood. Menzi's blood GU is one of the blood path inheritances of Blood Sea ancestor. Who could have thought that the rumor of Dongfang Chongfan obtaining it was not only true, he also raised this Menzi's blood GU to immortal GU level. The demonic path GU immortals showed moved expressions. Several GU immortals tried all kinds of methods, but everyone failed. Everyone was aware that unless they used methods that targeted defensive abilities, they would not be able to break this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned tensely. He, himself, was an expert in blood path during his previous life, but he currently did not have any blood path immortal GU and he cultivated strength path. Without the necessary starting components, one couldn't get anywhere, he was unable to do anything to this formation. The situation was troublesome and everyone was feeling anxious. Dongfang Yuliang had been inside for so long, he might have already completely obtained the inheritance. The current plan should be to use long-range killer moves. Everyone, attack together, let's destroy Dongfang Chongfan's arrangements first before we fight for the spoils. Otherwise, under the eyes of numerous immortals, a mortal would seize the inheritance. If that really happens, I, Unfettered Scholar, would have no face left to continue living in Northern Plains. Unfettered Scholar suddenly shouted. He immediately made his move after shouting. The demonic path GU immortals agreed. For a while, water and fire converged, lightning and wind struck, colorful lights sparkled, and countless explosions struck the blood veil, reducing its mass. Everyone had joyful expressions before they soon turned grave. The blood veil continuously shrunk but also unceasingly regenerated. Especially for the parts further inside, the demonic path GU immortals' attacks clearly showed insufficient damage. Chapter 790, Contest of Offense and Defense. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, resisting the wanton attacks of the demonic path GU immortals. Having not expected such resistance from the blood veil and under the urgent situation, Pai Shui Han shouted, "Make way." He was a rank 7 GU immortal and had already formed a reputation within the demonic path. Everyone parted ways and opened up a space for him. Water path and ice path killer move, Flood Glacier. Inside Pai Shui Han's immortal aperture, over 10,000 GU worms were activated, while his rank 7 red date immortal essence was being consumed bead by bead. Rumble. Endless waves started surging out of thin air from the space within hundreds of steps of Pai Shui Han. Surging waves, like innumerable raging dragons, roared and crashed down with a catastrophic momentum. The giant wave was still crashing down when it underwent another transformation. Crackle! The giant wave started condensing into ice from inside to outside. Within several breaths, the monstrous giant wave turned into an enormous glacier and pressed down like a giant whale, or a pillar falling from the heavens. The ice-cold chilly air could make one tremble. The terrifying attack made people hold their breaths subconsciously. In the hall, Dongfang Chongfan's star will no longer had the leisurely attitude from before, and all his focus was on raising the defensive power to the maximum. The previous demonic path GU immortals' attacks were fierce, but they lacked coordination, and although they were numerous in quantity, they had limited qualitative increase in power. Now that Pai Shui Han used this trump card, His strength was united as it was his own power, and was stronger than the earlier chaotic attacks by at least 10 times. Rumble. The glacier heavily smashed at the blood veil. The blood veil deformed from the enormous weight, but was still able to rigidly resist the pressure of the glacier and the corrosion of the cold aura. Immortal killer move Flood Glacier was powerful, but Dongfang Chongfan's blood veil was arranged from the origin cores of 8 GU Immortal's immortal apertures and also was aided by the arrangements prepared at this location. Pai Shui Han, alone, could not break through the blood veil. But this killer move was still astonishing. The demonic path GU Immortals looked down from above, and saw that with the ruined bat at the center, the entire surroundings had turned into a glacier. The dead immemorial ruined bat was huge, like a mountain, and now that it was covered by the glacier, it was as if it wore a heavy suit of ice armor, looking even more gigantic. Inside the translucent glacier was a giant red blood veil. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere, frost had covered the vegetation on the periphery and was expanding. For a while, everyone looked at Pai Shui Han with astonished gazes. Although the killer move had not broken the blood veil, its power still left a deep impression on everyone. Even if I used all 8 strength path giant hands together, I wouldn't be able to resist this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. This was the true strength of an veteran rank 7 GU Immortal. Compared to this, Fang Yuan was still lacking greatly. Previously, Fang Yuan had been able to fight against 2, blocking Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, because the 2 had not used their trump cards. GU Immortals were rational. They all came for the wisdom path inheritance, and had no deep hatred against each other. They would have to be mentally handicapped to fight each other to the death. But now, the GU Immortals realized something was wrong. Only then did Pai Shui Han use a trump card and put out his full strength. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with my immortal killer move Myriad Self, it is only barely at that level. If I had to truly fight an expert like Pai Shui Han to the death, the one who is likely to lose is me. But if I had to confront this move, I would not face it head-on, but attempt to evade and detour around to battle. The power of the immortal killer move, Flood Glacier, made Fang Yuan aware of some of Pai Shui Han's strength and also made him aware of the gap between him and Pai Shui Han. Immediately, Fang Yuan felt a slight sense of urgency. The cultivation of GU Immortals was a major factor in influencing battle strength. A part of Pai Shui Han's power was because he had used rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan already had made extremely superior progress in this life, but the thing hindering him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation was only at the bottom of rank 6 with not even 1 tribulation past. Cultivation is the base, the foundation. My immortal zombie body might be strong, but there is no room to greatly improve. I still have to search for the method to regain my living body. Brother Pai really is mighty. Let me also test my hand. At this moment, Unfettered Scholar laughed brightly and flew towards Pai Shui Han. Pai Shui Han coldly snorted, with an ugly expression on his face. He had made such an effort in front of everyone, but had still not been able to break the blood veil. Seeing Unfettered Scholar coming over, he slowly gave way for the central position. Under everyone's gazes, Unfettered Scholar flew right above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already been preparing earlier. He suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were completely white and shot out 2 thin rays of faint white light. This move looked very inconspicuous, purely based on how imposing it appeared. It could never be compared to the glacier earlier. The GU Immortals who were unaware were rather baffled at this. However, Pai Shui Han's complexion changed. When the 2 faint white light rays shined down, the glacier instantly melted and the blood veil intensely shook, unexpectedly displaying immense power. This is Unfettered Scholar. What an amazing move, 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, old Lord Kenyang, however, recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated into northern plains for many years over 88 Truyong building. Since old Lord Kenyang took the risk to come, he naturally had a lot of information on northern plains. Unfettered Scholar originated from Central Continent's Chen clan. Central Continent's Chen clan specialized in rule path, but Central Continent was ruled by a sect system and did not leave room for clans to prosper. After being pushed aside, Chen clan moved to northern plains. Unfortunately, northern plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Chen clan might be a super force with GU immortal level strength, but under secret repulsion from Huang Jin bloodline forces, it finally weakened. By Unfettered Scholar's time, he was the only outstanding talent remaining and the clan already did not exist anymore. He was left to fight alone and fend for himself. Chen clan specialized in Rule Path, and among its GU Immortals, rank 6 could use the killer move 100 disintegrations, rank 7 could use 1000 disintegrations, and rank 8 could use myriad disintegrations. This killer move is extremely powerful and can attack as well as defend, disintegrating almost any mysterious elements. In Central Continent's past, many GU Immortals from sects suffered crushing defeats under the might of myriad disintegrations. Old Lord Kenyang sighed as he recalled. You have spoken so much nonsense, are you still not going to strike? The blood veil is being consumed greatly because of unfettered scholar, these are all precious immortal aperture origin cores that are being used up. Dongfang Chongfan's Star Will urged. Haha, old Lord Kenyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back and did not seem like he was going to fight. Unfettered scholar is only one person while you have the collaboration of 8 people. He also doesn't know the situation here, watch me use my method. He then let out his rank 7 aura. The aura immediately shocked the demonic path GU Immortals in the sky. They actually have a rank 7 GU Immortal. Aren't all the GU Immortals of Dongfang tribe rank 6? Could it be that someone advanced to rank 7 but kept it a secret all along? Or maybe Dongfang tribe invited reinforcements? Don't forget they are of Huangjin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The GU Immortals were startled and puzzled. Unfettered scholar looked indifferent, but he was inwardly shaken. His killer move was powerful and had a huge origin, but its consumption of red date immortal essence was extremely intense. The other side had a rank 7 GU Immortal, thus they could clearly fight toe-to-toe with him. His side has numerous people, but everyone had their own intentions. Unfettered scholar could not help but consider, he could not brainlessly charge ahead and waste his immortal essence. Otherwise, during the time when they fought for real, he would lack the necessary immortal essence to continue, and all of his efforts would have gone to waste and to the advantage of others. Unfettered scholar stopped his killer move when he thought of this. See, didn't it stop? Old Lord Kenyang laughed heartily, a pleased expression on his face. He only leaked his aura, and was able to make unfettered scholar stop. Just based on scheming and deceiving, old Lord Kenyang might not be a match to Dongfang Chongfan, but his plentiful life experiences were enough for him to know people's mindsets and use the situation to make schemes. The longer the time prolongs, the more favorable it is to that Dongfang Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick, we need to use our trump cards to attack it if we want to break it. Unfettered scholar spoke, his gaze cast towards Fang Yuan. Traveling 3 elites lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming and Su Guang were only at rank 6. Besides Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, there was only Fang Yuan who had shown rank 7 battle strength. Pai Shui Han also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path GU immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take easy benefits. Fairies, please guard me while I exert all my strength. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, and after obtaining affirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the blood veil was covered with a layer of glacier, looking like a stuffed large iceberg. Fang Yuan paid no attention to it, moving his 8 strength path giant hands in 8 directions. The giant hands opened up and the palms tightly stuck to the surface of the iceberg. The 5 fingers then started to dig into the iceberg. Rise! Fang Yuan called out. Immediately, a rumbling noise resounded in everyone's ears. At first, this noise was only slight. But soon, the sound got louder and louder, until the rumbling resounded like bursts of endless thunder. Earth shook and giant cracks started to appear on the ground surrounding the iceberg. In everyone's astonished gazes, the iceberg that covered the blood veil was actually slowly rising, like it was going to leave the ground. The hall was trembling and swaying. Old Lord Kenyang blurted out, "This is." The star will also changed expression, "Not good. I have already remodeled this immemorial ruin bat's corpse, and to make it stable, I connected it to the ground to form a mountain based on the corpse. The other party seems to have the ability to pull mountain roots, which happens to counter my arrangements. Kenyang, you need to make a move." Dongfang Chongfan's star will was so anxious that his figure almost collapsed. His main body could indeed make great calculations, but human minds had their limits. The arrangements were set long ago, and even the most extensive calculations could have mishaps. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain immortal GU was one such mishap. Pulling mountain immortal GU could target any mountainous body. When Dongfang Chongfan was alive, he had linked the immemorial ruin bat's corpse to the surrounding landscape, forming what could truly be called a corpse mountain. This arrangement instead became a flaw which happened to be used by pulling mountain immortal GU. This mountain with roots connected to the ground can be pulled up. Pai Shui Han stared with wide open eyes, his gaze constantly flickering. Who could this person be? Unfettered Scholar was startled and puzzled, while he used his killer move, 1000 disintegrations, at the blood veil again. Being attacked from two ends, the situation did not seem to bode well for Dongfang Chongfan's side. Old Lord Kenyong laughed before finally making his move. Look at my life-chasing fire. Chapter 791, Unstoppable Life-Chasing Fire. Immortal Killer Move, Life-Chasing Fire. Old Lord Kenyong looked solemn as he slowly opened up his hand, revealing a weak flame. The faint yellow flame swayed, appearing dim and weak, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Old Lord Kenyang's pupils, however, let out a sharp and bright radiance, and as he gazed at this flame in his hand, a proud expression appeared on his face. This was the supreme technique which he had used to make his name and shake Central Continent. Life-chasing fire, go! Old Lord Kenyong lightly shook his palm. The life-chasing fire made a whooshing sound as it shot out rapidly. The star will quickly opened up a path. The unremarkable-looking life-chasing fire moved out of the blood veil and pierced into the cold iceberg. Boom! Almost at the same instant, there was a large yellow flame that blazed to the sky and burned the whole iceberg. Almost all the demonic Path GU immortals in the air were taken aback at this change. Soon, they revealed odd expressions. The reason was, although the fire was fierce, it had no heat. The iceberg covered in the fire was completely undamaged with no signs of melting down. Some demonic Path GU immortals were just about to ridicule it, when the rank 7 demonic Path GU immortal, Pai Shui Han, suddenly let out a miserable scream. Everyone followed the voice and saw a sight that gave them a great shock. Pai Shui Han was covered in fire, of such intensity that his whole face twisted in pain. Great amounts of cold air were being let off from his body and a river of water started flowing around him, like a dragon coiling around his body. The faint yellow fire, however, did not weaken, instead looking like it was growing even fiercer. What move is this? How did Pai Shui Han get attacked? Why didn't I see it? Such a strange fire, everyone obeyed it. The demonic Path GU immortals retreated one after the other, while looking with lingering fear at Pai Shui Han exerting all his efforts to extinguish the fire. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Not good. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken as he realized something amiss, and quickly withdrew the 8 strength path giant hands. But it was already too late. The fire burned the iceberg and quickly had spread to the 8 strength path giant hands. The strength path giant hands were completely unharmed, but a faint flame had emerged out of thin air in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, quietly burning his 160,000 strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had their arms raised. They had been providing the strength to form the 8 strength path giant hands in the outside world. They were bathed in the fire, but were completely safe. Fang Yuan's heart shivered at this sight. This is truly that killer move, life-chasing fire. Fang Yuan was aware of the terrifying power of this move. He quickly made a decision and willed. The 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed. Without these strength path phantoms, the 8 strength path giant hands pulling the iceberg also crumbled apart. Boom! The ruined bat's corpse mountain heavily fell down, producing a huge tremor. The surrounding ground cracked and countless stones were splattered, leaving dust swirling everywhere. Fang Yuan suffered an intense backlash from forcibly halting use of pulling mountain. He felt intense dizziness and nausea, his body shook and he almost fell down from the air. He Lulan saw this and quickly moved to support him. Fang Yuan, however, evaded and shouted, "Don't approach me." He quickly retreated backwards. A faint yellow flame started to burn his body like Pai Shui Han. At the same time, Unfettered Scholar turned pale. He was also struck by this move and his body was similarly burning in fire. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually detect auras and follow our attacks back to the source, directly reaching our immortal apertures. Unfettered Scholar was greatly shocked. Unfettered Scholar realized at this moment why Pai Shui Han was in a panic. Not only were their bodies burning, the fire was spreading in their immortal apertures as well. The former was okay, but the latter was a GU Immortals headquarters, their foundation that had been managed meticulously for countless years, and also where innumerable cultivation resources had been stored inside. Now that this foundation was being burned, it was like the fire was burning directly at the GU Immortals' heart, make them bleed from the heartache. Pai Shui Han not only was extinguishing the fire on his body, he was even more importantly putting out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by water or ice. The surrounding demonic Path GU immortals started to move away from Fang Yuan, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, fearing this strange fire would spread to them as well. Why are the flames on Fang Yuan weaker than the other two? He Lulan was bewildered. The remaining GU immortals soon discovered this difference. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked even more unfathomable to everyone. Unfettered Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. There was only a thin layer of flames on him, as if they were the fires of an oil lamp, while the flames on Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar were blazing like a torch. In just a few breaths of time, Unfettered Scholar's body was already mostly burnt and started to emit the smell of burning meat. Unfettered Scholar himself was calm and not particularly panicked. The reason was that he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. He wildly activated the killer move. The light in his white pupils turned even more vigorous. But this time, the light did not shine on the iceberg and the blood veil, instead it shined on himself, on his immortal aperture. The faint yellow flame started to disintegrate continuously under the white light, weakening rapidly. Soon, the flames on his body completely dispersed and the fire in his immortal aperture was also suppressed. 1000 Disintegrations was very useful. It could not only be used to attack enemies, but could also be used for defense. Offense and defense in one move, and its power was also extraordinary. In a short while, Fang Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body completely dissipated. Only Pai Shui Han was still trying out all sorts of methods, but the flames on him were instead burning even more. His whole body was darkened from burns. The intense odor of burnt meat was spreading everywhere. He had no choice but to activate Healing GU to heal his injuries and also endure the burning of the fire. He shouted furiously. He felt pain not only physically, but also heartache mentally. The fire was spreading in his immortal aperture. Large amounts of resources were being burnt to nothingness, but he still had no way to put out this fire. What to do? What to do? Pai Shui Han thought rapidly in extreme anxiety. Fang Yuan and Unfettered Scholar just watched on coldly and silently. The remaining demonic path GU immortals stood further away. Some gazes were flickering, eager to make some trouble. If Pai Shui Han were to be seriously injured and weakened, these demonic path GU immortals would absolutely be moved and interested in attacking Pai Shui Han, adding on to his misfortune. Suddenly, Pai Shui Han gave a loud shout before soaring high, and with his whole body in flames, he shot far away like a meteor. This fire was giving him enormous trouble, and there were many demonic path GU immortals present. He could not stick around. Pai Shui Han's retreat was a wise choice. Seeing him rapidly disappear into the horizon, several demonic path GU immortals at the periphery also stealthily left, following the trail of Pai Shui Han. In the hall, old Lord Kenyang laughed heartily, saying to Dong Feng Chong Fan's star will, "How was that? Truly worthy of being called life-chasing fire." The star will nodded. This fire has the ability to trace auras back to their source. GU immortals normally place GU worms in their immortal apertures, thus this fire would burn their immortal apertures. This fire also uses life as the fuel. As long as life has not been extinguished, it will keep on burning. Thus, special methods must be used to extinguish this fire, like the technique of 1000 disintegrations. If one doesn't have such methods, then they have to be resolute in cutting off the burning part, restraining it from burning sources of life force within their body as much as possible. As long as the life force is used up, this fire will disperse. Unfortunately, this Pai Shui Han did not think of this point and continuously healed himself, which increased his life force, increasing the intensity of the fire. The star will chuckled as it said this, and praised, "Old Lord Kenyang, your move is a truly unique and innovative method. As long as this fire strikes the enemy, they will fall into chaos. If it is allowed to keep on burning, even the wealthier GU immortals will have their foundations greatly damaged and have no battle intent." Listening to the star will praise his method so much, old Lord Kenyang's pleased expression instead disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. The reason for old Lord Kenyang's fame was the killer move life-chasing fire. Once this fire burned, even if it was eliminated, the enemy would be low in spirits. If they attacked, the fire could follow the attack and burn their immortal aperture. Immortal apertures were the foundations of GU immortals, and it would be greatly damaged if it was burned a few times. Even if the fire did not burn the enemy to death, it could ruin them. Thus, old Lord Kenyang had already been able to roam unhindered around Central Continent in his early years, and was very well known. GU immortals fighting him would have a headache. After becoming rank 7, old Lord Kenyang did not wander around much, but just based on his battle strength, he was in the top 5 of Immortal Crane sect. The matter of 88 Truyong buildings collapse was simply too important, so Immortal Crane sect had sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, it restrained Fang Yuan and Unfettered Scholar, and caused Pai Shui Han to retreat in a miserable state. Old Lord Kenyang was repelling the enemies on the surface, but was covertly also trying to intimidate Dongfang Chongfan. However, Dongfang Chongfan was aware of the details of life-chasing fire. His words were appreciative, but in truth were a counterattack against Old Lord Kenyang. If Old Lord Kenyang could still show a good expression, that would be strange. Life-chasing fire. Old Lord Kenyang, why is he here? Fang Yuan hovered in the air, looking at the blood veil below in uncertainty and doubt. He might have his previous life's memories, but there was an extremely large difference between having them and being all-knowing and omnipotent. Dongfang Chongfan's possession scheme was kept in extreme secrecy and Fang Yuan was not aware of it. Now that he saw a central continent Gu Immortal mixed up with Dongfang Chongfan's inheritance, he naturally felt surprised and bewildered. When Old Lord Kenyang repelled him, he had done so evasively, and had not revealed his identity at all. Old Lord Kenyang had methods to conceal his aura, and with them being used, his aura was the same as a Northern Plains Gu Immortals. The other demonic path Gu Immortals did not discover anything wrong, which showed how ingenious Old Lord Kenyang's methods were. Not good. Fang Yuan inwardly shouted. Thoughts of retreating rose up inside him. He knew Central Continent's forces had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains to search for him, the culprit. He also knew someone had gone to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance with suspicions about his Shahuang identity. The reason I could resolve life-chasing fire was because I knew the details of this move and made the decision quickly. And as an immortal zombie, I am among the living dead. My immortal aperture is a dead land with sparse life force, thus it could not be burned. Old Lord Kenyang has plenty of experience. He might have already discerned that I am an immortal zombie. Hiding myself like this, perhaps he might become suspicious. The more Fang Yuan thought, the heavier his state of mind. Chapter 792, Lightning of Heaven and Earth, Risky Attempt. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, a wisdom path inheritance was indeed precious and rare. But even if he gained a complete inheritance, risking his true identity and the pursuit of Northern Plains Gu Immortals was absolutely not worth it. Old Lord Kenyang had restrained the group of demons with one burst of fire, and even sent Pai Shui Han retreating far away. Fang Yuan had realized the bad situation and also was considering retreating, thus he naturally stopped his attacks. The rank 7 unfettered scholar also did not risk attacking. He thought higher of Fang Yuan from the way he dealt with the life-chasing fire. He himself had to rely on 1,000 disintegrations to get through that danger, which made him feel Fang Yuan was even more mysterious. And besides Fang Yuan, there was still the two black-robed Gu Immortals, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Thus unfettered scholar restrained his desire to make a move and only observed Fang Yuan's side. His thoughts were obvious. He was waiting for Fang Yuan's side to make a move. For a while, the surroundings above the ruined bat's corpse became silent, while inside the ruined hall, curses were still being endlessly hurled out. Dongfang Tribe's 8 Gu Immortals could not budge even a bit but had retained the ability to speak. Since the moment Dongfang Chongfan's possession had begun, they had been throwing curses and shouting at Dongfang Chongfan. Dongfang Chongfan's star will turn a deaf ear to this. He saw the situation outside had quietened down, the group of demons would be restrained for a while. He smiled. Finally, the time is ripe, my possession and rebirth will start at this moment. Old Lord Kenyang, I have explained the previous main steps to you. The crucial time has arrived, I will have to trouble you to guard me. Being indecisive when a decision was needed would instead worsen the situation. The star will made the decision and did not hesitate any longer. A change occurred, a large vortex suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. Blood energy started fermenting in the vortex. It condensed into form before suddenly bursting out. It turned into a giant blood pillar that directly shot straight down to the center of the phantom formation, covering Dongfang Yuliang's body. Old Lord Kenyang's eyes opened wide, and he shouted, "Damn it!" Old Lord Kenyang understood after seeing this change. This blood veil was not used just to defend, but was also involved in a purification process. The extracted 8 immortal aperture origin cores were like 8 metals melting together. It then used the demonic path Gu Immortals attacks to temper the melted origin cores, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu Immortals before pouring the fused product into the possession target. Dongfang Chongfan had arranged the situation exquisitely, calculating the demonic path Gu Immortals within his plan. Even Fang Yuan was in the dark, used by Dongfang Chongfan into unknowingly becoming a blacksmith. Now, the blood energy flowed backwards, filling Dongfang Yuliang's body. Naturally, the blood veil would weaken. With the weakening of the blood veil, the defense immediately fell. Old Lord Kenyang had a heavy duty from the secton with enormous benefits in front of him. How could he stay still and not share the burden? Seeing the blood veil weakening, the demonic path GU immortals indeed were moved. It seems the previous attacks were effective. There is hope in breaking the blood veil. Everyone attack together. The GU immortals attacked one after the other, countless attacks rained down like a violent storm. The blood veil was sending the blood energy inside, while also having to endure the attacks. Immediately, it was strained and started to sway unstably. Old Lord Kenyang had no choice but to take action, using an immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. A light barrier emerged outside of the blood veil. It looked to be condensed from the afterglow of the setting sun, and was so thin and faint that it was almost like there was nothing. Countless attacks passed through this light barrier and landed on the blood veil. However, their power was reduced to less than half the original. This was the use of Final Afterglow. It was not a complete defense, instead it weakened the power of most attacks. Even immortal killer moves on the level of Flood Glacier would be weakened by 30%. And what the demonic path GU immortals were using right now were mostly all mortal killer moves. After being weakened by Final Afterglow, they only appeared strong but had little threat. Dongfang Chongfan showed a joyous expression. The situation was extremely beneficial to him in this way. The phantom formation was constantly extracting the 8 immortal aperture origin cores and fusing them to create the blood veil. When the blood veil suffered the attacks, the foreign wills and auras hidden inside the origin cores were gradually being removed. Afterwards, the purified blood energy would then pour into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Dongfang Yuliang was a GU master with a rank 5 peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul was already eliminated by Dongfang Chongfan, leaving him in control of his young body. Dongfang Chongfan's attention was fully focused on the aperture. The aperture burst with a loud sound as it was filled with blood energy. Dongfang Yuliang's aura rose higher instead of shrinking. An astonishing transformation was occurring, surpassing mortal, charging to GU immortal. Crack! In the clear sky outside, a lightning bolt flashed. Within several breaths later, dark clouds surged and spread over the entire surroundings in the clear sky. Earth trembled and rumbled, and vast amounts of dust surged, as if countless bulls were running on the ground. Heaven and earth chi were stirred, a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were forming. Someone is actually ascending to immortal inside. What is going on? The GU immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack crack crack, rays of lightning struck down together from above. The power they contained shocked the demonic path GU immortals into hurriedly retreating. Amazing, this is the heavenly star lightning tribulation. How unlucky is the mortal to not receive the favor of heaven and earth. He is just ascending to immortal, and is met with such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The GU immortals retreated to the edges and observed. Countless round craters appeared in the surroundings of the ruined bat's corpse. The craters were pitch black and unfathomably deep. Bang bang bang, balls of pitch black lightning shot out from the craters and impacted on the ruined bat's corpse mountain, creating loud explosions. The lightning strikes flashed and in just a few breaths of time, the iceberg was struck by countless lightning balls. The iceberg was smashed into pieces and spattered everywhere. Even unfettered scholar was moved at this, inwardly exclaiming, "The heavenly tribulation is heavenly star lightning, tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is the earth ghost lightning, underhanded and explosive." These two great lightning tribulations are called the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. Their power is increased further when they combine. Even I have to worry if I face them. The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined, one fell from above while the other exploded from below. The lightning was dazzling, forming a purgatory filled with the sound of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning, densely packed together, combined into a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice pieces were completely destroyed, even the remaining traces of frost energy were extinguished. The scene, as if part of the world was ending, caused the observing demonic path GU immortals to hold their breaths in and feel stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse mountain, old Lord Kenyang looked serious as he put all his effort in maintaining the immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. This ingenious defensive killer move was being used to its utmost to weaken the strength of the twin lightnings of heaven and earth. However, all of old Lord Kenyang's effort only weakened the lightning by 15%. His red date immortal essence was being consumed extremely quickly, and soon, his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. How could there be such a strong lightning tribulation? Dongfang Chongfan's star will muttered with a worried expression. This was almost the worst-case scenario in his plan. He had not thought he would be faced with them at this moment. His luck really was extremely bad. The blood veil was being badly destroyed by the lightning strikes and explosions of thunder. The losses caused Dongfang Chongfan to feel extreme heartache. These losses would greatly influence the foundation of Dongfang Yuliang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours time continued to pass, but the lightning tribulations from heaven and earth did not show any signs of weakening, instead they were constantly increasing in strength. The immemorial ruined bat's corpse was wrecked until it was beyond recognition. There were previously countless numbers of densely packed space path Dao marks covering the surroundings of the ruined bat, but now they were almost completely cleared up by the lightning tribulations. Old Lord Kenyang was already unable to support the situation, and the severe loss of immortal essence caused him to feel heavy. Right, the power of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is beyond normal, it is all because of you, Dongfang Chongfan. Old Lord Kenyang suddenly spoke, you are already dead, and according to the arrangement of fate, your soul should be returning to the door of life and death, how could you still remain here alive and kicking? Right now, you are not only trying to revive, you are even thinking of ascending to immortal, this is truly an act in defiance of heaven. No wonder heaven and earth are so enraged. When Dongfang Chongfan's star will heard this, his grave expression changed, he raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable broke fate, the destiny of all living beings in this world has been in their own hands. So what if it is in defiance to heaven? My fate is in my own hands, I have planned for so long, I made so many preparations, I will definitely succeed. He had just spoken when they heard a rumbling sound. The lightning strikes were already as dense as rain and the thunder was already resounding non-stop. The thunder at this moment was beyond that of the previous ones, its sound resounded through the skies and caused everyone's ears to buzz. Dongfang Chongfan's star will shook and dispersed at once. A dazzling white light filled the world. Fang Yuan, unfettered scholar and the remaining demonic path Gu immortals all retreated in alarm, and even old Lord Kenyang had to tightly close his eyes. From the white light, a ray of divine lightning struck down. This divine lightning was incomparably fierce, sweeping past all obstacles, in an instant, it blew up final afterglow, broke the blood veil and directly struck at Dongfang Yuliang. The divine lightning was extremely fast, in almost the blink of an eye, it had broken through all the barriers like they were rotten wood and appeared in front of Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Yuliang only had a mortal body and would definitely be shattered to pieces if he really was struck by this lightning. Dongfang Chongfan's possession plan would come to an end, resulting in complete failure. At the moment between life and death, Dongfang Yuliang, whose eyes were tightly closed the whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. In the dazzling white light, he barely managed to see that ray of thunder and lightning. Intense startled anger rose up inside him, fluctuating light. Falling star lightning, tribulations hidden inside my original tribulation, accursed heaven, you want me to die so badly. Then I refuse to die. Dongfang Chongfan roared in his mind. The phantom formation started to give off bright radiance. Boom, a piercing explosion resounded, endless rays of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse. The light rays swept through some unlucky demonic path Gu immortals, immediately, their minds and souls shook, and some even directly crashed down from the sky. The terrifying explosion created a huge shock wave that lifted all the vegetation in the surroundings. The sky seemed to be collapsing while the earth quaked. The demonic path Gu immortals retreated in panic. They retreated several kilometers, before the wild light rays gradually dispersed, only then did the Gu immortals calm down, returning. There was nothing left of the enormous, lofty ruined bat's corpse mountain. In the air above, a young figure appeared, standing proudly as he looked at Fang Yuan and the others. Dongfang Yuliang, Chapter 793, Myriad Star Fireflies vs. Band of Experts. Dongfang Yuliang, am I seeing wrongly? How did he become a Gu immortal? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, was that Dongfang Chongfan's inheritance? Sigh, a mortal actually snatched it. The demonic path Gu immortals saw Dongfang Chongfan and were very shocked, they felt some dejection and sadness. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless, there was no pupils or whites in his eyes, they were completely shining with many different colored crystalline lights, flickering continuously. He had this gaze while observing the demonic path Gu immortals around him, saying softly, you are the people who want to snatch my master's inheritance. What gives you the guts to attack a righteous path superforce? After Dongfang Chongfan succeeded in his possession, but he did not expose the truth, he still spoke as if he was Dongfang Yuliang, with his voice. The demonic path Gu immortals were in a dejected state, filled with great grievance, now that they heard Dongfang Yuliang's arrogant words, their faces turned ugly, some scoffed while others shouted, you mere junior, you have just become an immortal, after ascending in one step, you are arrogant. Here, Take my hammer. As he said so, a figure flew out from among the crowd. This demonic path Gu Immortal had broad shoulders and a thick waist. There was a flying heavenly boar underneath him. Its fat legs were running quickly, as it carried its owner towards Dongfang Yuliang in an imposing manner. It was Zhou Zhan. The immortals jolted, reacting to what had happened. This Zhou Zhan is so crafty, he is trying to pick up a bargain. We were almost deterred by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, but even if Dongfang Yuliang became an immortal, he is a newbie. What is there to be afraid of? Capture Dongfang Yuliang alive, and interrogate the wisdom path inheritance from him. The demonic path Gu immortals moved quickly, charging towards Dongfang Yuliang, fearing that they would be left behind. Unfettered Scholar was among them. Only Fang Yuan and a few other people did not move, they remained in their places. He did not know that Dongfang Yuliang's body was already possessed by Dongfang Chongfan, but he was wary of Old Lord Kenyang. Dongfang Yuliang appeared, but where is Old Lord Kenyang? Old Lord Kenyang was actually standing behind Dongfang Yuliang, but he used an immortal technique and concealed himself. His method was superb, none of the demonic path immortals sensed him. But he was quite injured. Seeing the immortals charging over, he transmitted to Dongfang Yuliang, "Do you need my help?" Dongfang Yuliang quickly rejected him. "You do not need to do anything, let me deal with them." Once Old Lord Kenyang attacked, if he was exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would realize that Dongfang Yuliang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then, not only would Dongfang Yuliang get ostracized by the righteous path, even the demonic path would not welcome him. In addition, Dongfang Yuliang wanted to single-handedly showcase a heavy crippling of his enemies. That was the only way he could rise up after the death of 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals, to allow Dongfang tribe to once again become a force to be reckoned with. Zhou Zhan led the way. He was getting closer. Dongfang Yuliang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals were charging with killing intent. Dongfang Yuliang was all alone. His cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was neither flustered nor scared. His lips curled up. He showed a mild smile as if he was in complete control of the situation. Old Lord Kenyang, who was behind him, looked on with much curiosity. He wanted to see how he could repel his foes with his current cultivation level. Only to see that Dongfang Yuliang raised his right arm. His white sleeves were pulled back as his right index finger pointed at the sky. He spoke loudly and leisurely, word by word, "Myriad star fireflies." The immortals heard this and their advancement halted, their expressions changed. Myriad star fireflies was well known in the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was Dongfang Chongfan's strongest killer move. Dongfang Chongfan was known as the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. That was not just because of his deductions alone, there was also his battle strength. Without stunning battle strength, how could he stand firm in the turbulent Northern Plains? Without immense power, how could he lead Dongfang tribe on the road to success? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Chongfan easily surpassed Pai Shui-han, an unfettered scholar during his life. After all, he was the first supreme elder of a righteous path superforce. The wisdom path killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, was the greatest display of Dongfang Chongfan's battle strength. This move was extremely famous. It was ingrained into the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Myriad Star Fireflies involves tens of thousands of Gu worms. Can it be activated so easily? Zhou Zhan shouted. He is just a newbie Gu immortal. He has just ascended and gone beyond the mortal stage. How can he manipulate so many Gu worms immediately? Lu Qingming snickered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tiandu held his immortal Gu as he prepared to strike. HMPH, Myriad Star Fireflies, I lost to that move back then. I wonder how much of its power you can use. Unfettered Scholar's expression flashed with rage. Are we really doing nothing? He Lu Lan's heart was pounding in excitement, but Fang Yuan was a great strength amongst them. After He Lu Lan lost self-strength immortal Gu, her battle strength was weaker than before. Wait a while longer, the situation is not right. Fang Yuan wanted to speak of what he had found out earlier, but the sky suddenly changed. Earlier, the clouds had dispersed, the surroundings were entirely clear skies. But now, darkness descended as the world turned dim. Darkness surrounded the surroundings, countless firefly-like spots of light appeared in the sky, dancing as they moved around. Starlight burst out, it was a brilliant and dazzling sight. Myriad star fireflies. The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed, they shouted as they fell into the midst of the star fireflies. Starlight was glowing and reflected on their faces. Unfettered Scholar's expression was pale. This was truly myriad star fireflies, it seemed even stronger than in his memories. But how could this be possible? Dongfang Yuliang had just become an immortal, right? Even if he had Dongfang Chongfan's star will, and could use rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Chongfan, this was the first time he was activating myriad star fireflies. How could he be so familiar with it, like he had practiced it 1,000 times? Unfettered Scholar could not understand it. The GU immortals around him were in a more pathetic state. The surrounding specks of starlight were attacking them from all directions. One starlight speck was not powerful, but with tens of thousands of starlight specks. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of starlight spots. Especially when each of the starlight specks had a star thought in them. Even if the GU immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would come out and force their way into the GU immortals' minds. Even if the GU immortals had defensive methods, the starlight specks were endless and nearly unlimited in numbers, they were bound to fail eventually. Once star thoughts find an opportunity and enter their minds, that would be dangerous. The least they could do was to disrupt one's thoughts, the worst they could do was to destroy the person's thoughts, causing them to become slow-witted, or if all the thoughts in their mind were star thoughts, they would be subdued completely. The star thoughts would replace their cognition, and the GU immortal would become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet, manipulated at will. What are you doing? Beside Zhou Zhan, a demonic path GU immortal shouted angrily. Zhou Zhan's face was turning purplish red. Sorry, my attack changed directions all of a sudden. HMPH. With your ability, you want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance. In such a short time, you already got invaded by the star thoughts. You are really more of a trouble than help. The demonic path GU immortal was nearly hit, he was extremely angry. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhou Zhan was furious too, he shouted at the demonic path GU immortal. Enough, are you still fighting amongst yourselves? The important thing now is to escape. This is myriad star fireflies, the longer we stay here, the more dangerous it is. A GU immortal said anxiously. Another GU immortal immediately rebuked, escape. What are you afraid of? He is only a bottom tier rank 6 GU immortal, we have so many people, and Lord Unfettered Scholar, why are you afraid to this extent? In my opinion, we should just attack. Everyone was hesitant on whether to retreat or advance, they subconsciously looked towards Unfettered Scholar. Pai Shuihan had already escaped, Fang Yuan was far away, Unfettered Scholar was the only rank 7 battle strength here, he was their shepherd. It was not that everyone acknowledged Unfettered Scholar as the leader, but in times of difficulty, the strong would handle the greater dangers. Unfettered Scholar was there, strong, person, by moving alongside an expert, they would have a greater chance of surviving. Unfettered Scholar himself was hesitant. He and Dongfang Chongfan had fought before, back then, he lost to this move, myriad star fireflies. After losing in battle, he learned from his painful lesson, focusing more attention on information regarding Dongfang Chongfan, thus his understanding of myriad star fireflies was much deeper than that of other people. He knew that myriad star fireflies was a wisdom path killer move, it had immense power, and was created by Dongfang Chongfan single-handedly. The weakness of this move was hard to discover. At the moment, Unfettered Scholar only knew this. Once a person enters the range of this move, they would be plotted against. Each of the GU immortals' thoughts could produce star thoughts. These star thoughts were formed by myriad star fireflies to turn into starlight specks, attacking the GU immortal. During an intense battle, GU immortals would have to consider many things, as their minds worked rapidly, they would create more star thoughts. The more star thoughts produced, the stronger the killer move becomes, especially when there are more GU immortals in the range, the star thoughts produced would be even greater. When the star thoughts completely took over the GU immortals' minds, they would turn into Dongfang Yuliang's puppets, fighting for him. Even if it could not reach that stage, being influenced by the star thoughts, mistakes would occur. Like earlier, when Zhou Zhan almost injured an ally. Thus, myriad star fireflies was a move well suited to deal with multiple enemies, it was weaker when fighting one enemy. Against more people, they would be used to restrain each other, the battle might instead be easier to win. The reason Dongfang Chongfan created this move was because he had tried to develop Dongfang tribe single-handedly. Without many GU immortals in his tribe to help him, he often had to fight many enemies alone. But after Dongfang Chongfan created this move, he no longer feared group fights. The current scenario is what Dongfang Yuliang most wants to see. We have many people and are not united, everyone is wary of each other, and we have barely any elites, I am the only rank 7. In a fight, we will become hindrances to each other. Not only that, from the battle earlier, there also seems to be a fire path GU Immortal hiding here. Unfettered Scholar thought rapidly in his mind, starlight specks appeared around him, he had much more of them compared to other people. Given such concerns, Unfettered Scholar did not feel like retreating, instead, his battle intent was roused. I lost to Dongfang Chongfan, that was the greatest humiliation in my life. Now that I am facing his successor, if I retreat, how will I face myself afterwards? Even if they have a hidden GU Immortal, we also have many people. If I retreat instead of fighting, which GU Immortal in Northern Plains would look up to me in the future? Chapter 794, Internal Threat, Chaotic Battle, Advance or Retreat. After making his decision, Unfettered Scholar's vigor rose, and he shouted, "Fight! The enemy is merely one person, anyone who is afraid can leave." All right, we will follow Lord. Truly worthy of Lord Unfettered Scholar, with you here, who would fear Dongfang Yuliang? The group of demons shouted. Unfettered Scholar flicked his sleeve and used his killer move, clearing up the lingering starlight around him as he charged towards Dongfang Yuliang. Come, Dongfang Yuliang was not in the least afraid of Unfettered Scholar's rank 7 power, he did not retreat but advanced, submerged in starlight. For a while, the starlight churned as if it were a sea of stars, surging and rolling unendingly. Dongfang Yuliang was like the master of stars as he maneuvered the endless starlight, raising majestic waves of stars to fight against a group by himself. Stars swayed and light fragments flew everywhere. Dongfang Yuliang was hopelessly outnumbered at first and the situation was dangerous. But as time passed, the starlight continued to increase rapidly, almost filling the whole space. The starlight obscured vision and made cooperation difficult, while the star thoughts invaded minds causing the demonic path GU Immortals to make repeated mistakes. As the situation turned more chaotic, Dongfang Yuliang's advantage was getting bigger. Many GU Immortals were accidentally injured several times, gradually, they did not dare to team up, choosing to fight alone, which further reduced the pressure on Dongfang Yuliang. Only Unfettered Scholar was able to maneuver skillfully around the obstacles, and was the strongest opponent of Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Yuliang had been evading him since the start, not daring to fight head-on with Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar's fury surged as he got repeatedly obstructed by other demonic path GU Immortals. This Dongfang Yuliang is too slippery, he is so young but he is as cunning as Dongfang Chongfan back then. He is showing no flaws, as if he has been manipulating this killer move since birth. Is Dongfang Chongfan's inheritance so magical? Not far away, old Lord Kenyang was also inwardly shocked by the might of myriad star fireflies. He remained hidden the whole time, quietly healing himself. Occasionally, he would gaze eerily at Fang Yuan and the group at the edge of the battlefield. He had vague speculations about Fang Yuan's identity and had been waiting for Fang Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He did not excel in pursuing enemies, but with the help of myriad star fireflies, he would have a greatly increased chance of capturing Fang Yuan. However, since the beginning, Fang Yuan only stood by, looking on without lifting a finger, which caused old Lord Kenyang to feel anxious and forced him to endure waiting patiently. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. Unfettered Scholar could not fight a prolonged battle, finally using his trump card Killer Move. Dongfang Yuliang chuckled, already on guard against this move, his body swayed nimbly like a butterfly, dodging the rays coming from the gaze. But right at this moment, Dongfang Yuliang suddenly stopped. Dongfang Wanshu's furious roar resounded within him. "Old scoundrel, I will take you down with me." Dongfang Yuliang suddenly changed directions and charged straight towards the killer move 1000 Disintegrations. This change was beyond anyone's expectations. The power of 1000 Disintegrations was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Dongfang Yuliang, charging straight at it was simply suicidal. For a while, everyone was startled and could not react. Even Unfettered Scholar was stupefied as he looked at Dongfang Yuliang, charging at his killer move. The light of 1000 Disintegrations shined on Dongfang Yuliang's head. In an instant, Dongfang Yuliang's hair was destroyed, then his skull was melting, with the rays about to hit his brain. On this boundary between life and death, old Lord Kenyang shouted, and with no time to continue healing, he showed himself to save Dongfang Yuliang. He attacked while also defending. Flame surged, a blazing inferno rose and charged towards Unfettered Scholar. Confronted with a rank 7 expert, Unfettered Scholar had no choice but to divide his attention. As this happened, old Lord Kenyang was able to pull back Dongfang Yuliang. Dongfang Yuliang's skull was penetrated through and his brain almost suffered extremely severe damage. At this moment, countless star thoughts surged like a fountain towards the outside through the hole in the skull. After being saved by old Lord Kenyang, Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned calm, representing that Dongfang Chongfan's soul had regained control of the body. Lingering fear unavoidably showed up on his face. If there had been just a slight delay, Dongfang Yuliang's brain would have been entirely disintegrated. Dongfang Chongfan could be said to have walked around the gates of hell, barely holding on to life. And without old Lord Kenyang, he might have died again. What happened? Old Lord Kenyang retreated while pulling Dongfang Chongfan and shouted at the latter, his heart still palpitating. Dongfang Chongfan had explained most of the possession technique to him, but a few crucial final steps were still kept undisclosed by Dongfang Chongfan. Thus, old Lord Kenyang was absolutely not willing to see Dongfang Chongfan's death. Dongfang Chongfan intentionally held these back as a failsafe against old Lord Kenyang, the effects were shown now. However, he might have had his life preserved, but Dongfang Chongfan looked pale and had an unsightly expression. This series of events was because he had hurriedly ascended to Immortal and were the side effects of the struggle against the lightning tribulation. Originally, Dongfang Chongfan had deceived Dongfang tribe's 8 GU Immortals and used the phantom formation to extract their Immortal Aperture origin cores. But these cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 GU Immortals, and could not be directly transferred to Dongfang Yuliang's body. Thus, Dongfang Chongfan used Mensi's Blood Immortal GU to turn these origin cores into a blood veil. Then he used the attacks from the demonic path GU Immortals to temper and remove the impurities that were the wills and auras of the 8 GU Immortals. Dongfang Chongfan then would transfer the purified Immortal Aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body, which should have resulted in no side effects. However, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity had been too terrifying, far surpassing Dongfang Chongfan's estimation. It resulted in a dangerous situation, and at the crucial moment between life and death, Dongfang Chongfan had no choice but to skip some of the blood veil's tempering steps and directly transfer the extracted origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body. He passed the tribulation and advanced to GU Immortal. But the new Immortal Aperture had the 8 GU Immortals' wills and was filled with their auras. These 8 GU Immortals' bodies and souls were already turned to nothingness prior to the heaven-shaking tribulation. But they were betrayed, creating hatred towards Dongfang Chongfan, which was retained in their wills and auras. Dongfang Chongfan had to pay full attention to the battle when fighting Unfettered Scholar. A moment of negligence caused the internal danger to erupt, resulting in a strong backlash. Dongfang Chongfan had expected it, but during the backlash, he discovered his previous estimations had been too optimistic. The power of the accumulated wills in his Immortal Aperture was beyond his expectations. Thus, the backlash had almost sent him to his own death under 1,000 disintegrations. Dongfang Chongfan heaved a sigh and was just about to explain matters to old Lord Kenyang, when suddenly his face twisted into a ferocious expression. Old Lord Kenyang's mind rang with warning sirens and he quickly released his grip as he retreated. The next moment, Dongfang Yuliang used a powerful killer move against his benefactor, old Lord Kenyang. Fortunately, old Lord Kenyang had been vigilant. Dongfang Yuliang's attack struck empty air. Old bastard Chongfan, you shameless scoundrel, scheming against your own tribe's GU Immortals for your rebirth. Dongfang Yuliang furiously shouted, but it was not with his previous voice, rather, it was the voice of Dongfang Yikong. Such a strange change confused everyone. Unfettered Scholar's eyes shined with a bright light, and moved in for the kill again. He reacted promptly and used the killer move 1,000 disintegrations, again directed at Dongfang Yuliang. However, Dongfang Chongfan regained control again and narrowly evaded 1,000 disintegrations. The good scenario did not last for long, as soon, the will of another of Dongfang tribe's GU Immortals forcibly took control of the body, shouting and seeking death of their own accord. Old Lord Kenyang had no choice but to save Dongfang Chongfan from danger again. The battle situation had changed. The orderly myriad star fireflies which attacked and defended in turn were now flying around chaotically. The pressure on the demonic path GU Immortals had greatly decreased, and they charged towards Dongfang Yuliang one after the other. Among them, the threat from Unfettered Scholar was the largest, as he moved unhindered around the sea of starlight, his 1,000 disintegrations breaking through all obstacles. Dongfang Chongfan, however, had the help of old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sects and had deep foundations. His immortal killer move, Life-Chasing Fire, was also rather troublesome, obstructing Unfettered Scholar. Dongfang Yuliang would occasionally suffer the backlash from a certain Dongfang tribe Gu Immortal, at times causing him to attack Old Lord Kenyang or even seek death, but at other times Dongfang Chongfan was able to regain control and fight the demonic path Gu Immortals, attempting to remedy the situation. However, all things considered, such a battle situation could not avoid being chaotic. The source of the chaos was Dongfang Yuliang. What is going on? Fairy Li Shan and the others were standing at the edge of the battlefield, not knowing what to think about this chaotic fight. The strange and confusing situation was beyond their expectations. It seems Dongfang Chongfan sacrificed his tribe's Gu Immortals and possessed Dongfang Yuliang, but his plan did not completely succeed. This old bastard really can scheme. He Lu Lan sneered. No matter who Dongfang Yuliang is, that fire path Gu Immortal beside him is not of Northern Plains, but an expert of Central Continent's Immortal Crane sect, named Old Lord Kenyang. After the battle earlier, he is probably suspicious of me. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted his voice, exposing the identity of Old Lord Kenyang. What? This is troublesome. He Lu Lan frowned. She and Fang Yuan were tied to the same boat, their gains and losses were linked together. If Fang Yuan was exposed, she would also be in jeopardy. What should we do now? Perhaps we could kill him. Fairy Li Shan was ready to attack. No, he only has some doubts. As long as I don't expose myself, he won't be able to guess my identity in Central Continent. The battle is extremely chaotic now, it will be hard for us to withdraw if we meddle in. Moreover, Dongfang Chongfan is a deep schemer, myriad star fireflies is also powerful, while we will have to restrain our full power to hide our identities. What's more, Old Lord Kenyang is an expert among rank 7s and won't be easily defeated. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, as he sent this message to the two women. He already had the intention to retreat. The situation might be in disorder now, but their circumstances did not allow them to do as they pleased. Even if they could use their full strengths, the combined strength of the three was not enough to dominate the whole battlefield and control the lives and deaths of everyone present. You mean that we should retreat? He Lu Lan, however, was reluctant. As far as she was concerned, the chaotic situation in front of them was still an opportunity. She had sworn to get revenge, but He Cheng was powerful and her battle strength had decreased after she had also lost self-strength Immortal Gu. If she did not use these opportunities to quickly progress ahead, when would she be able to take her revenge? Fang Yuan smiled. I mean that we should retreat as well as advance. Haven't the two of you discovered that Dongfang Yuliang has already lost control over a dozen times in just this short period of time? All in all, it should be due to the wills of the 8 Gu Immortals causing trouble. You mean? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's gazes shined brightly as they understood the meaning behind these words. Right, how many Gu Immortals does Dongfang tribe has? Even if there is some hidden force left behind, Dongfang tribe's headquarters would still be at its weakest state in all time. Just think about it, the accumulations of a region's super force. Fang Yuan spoke leisurely, however his words ignited the fires in the hearts of He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's rob Dongfang Chongfan's base. He Lu Lan did not hesitate as she flew straight towards Dongfang tribe's headquarters with excitement. Chapter 795. Arriving first, but without success. Jade Pool Blessed Land, Dongfang tribe's main headquarters, Dongfang Chongfan's home. It had a long history of thousands of years. This type of blessed land was different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands were a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture, they belonged to one person. Once their cultivation level reaches rank 8, the immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. Meanwhile, Jade Pool Blessed Land did not belong to one Gu Immortal. It was formed from a group of Gu Immortals cutting off a part of their own blessed lands, and was pieced together after that. Blessed lands could swallow each other. Earlier, on TNT Mountain, Fang Yuan was undergoing the earthly calamity of the desolate beast swamp crab. He had to discard a portion of his blessed land. In the end, this part was taken away by the demonic path Gu Immortals on TNT Mountain, fusing it into their own blessed lands. The swallowing of blessed lands had very strict requirements. But the requirements of piecing blessed lands together were much lower. Most of the super forces in the 5 regions had a main camp that was formed by piecing together the contributions of various Gu Immortals. Dongfang tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land, Murong tribe's Yin Yang Blessed Land, Guan tribe's Shihuang Blessed Land, and He tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land all were like this. Even Northern Plains No. 1 Demonic Path Force, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, was the same. The demonic path Gu Immortals contributed a portion of their blessed lands, creating Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They then lived in it. The mountain peaks that they each occupied was the region that they took out from their own immortal apertures. The owner of the first peak, old ancestor Shuihu, had his own rank 8 grotto heaven. Fairy Li Shan, who was the owner of the third peak, also had her own immortal aperture. The GU Immortal's personal immortal aperture was extremely important, there were countless treasures placed in them, it was a private area. In most situations, outsiders would not be allowed in. If there was any damage done, the losses were severe. Regarding this, there was also a rather peculiar example, it was Zombie Alliance. The members of Zombie Alliance were immortal zombies. Since the immortal zombies' immortal apertures were dead, a portion of the aperture would break apart once in a while, and they furthermore could not be fused together. Therefore, in each of the 5 regions, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance did not form from immortal apertures. For example, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters was Dark Flow Giant City. Such a headquarters was naturally inferior to a Blessed Land. This was another reason why Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than super forces. Thus, to Fang Yuan and the others, Jade Pool Blessed Land was not hard to find. Blessed lands that were pieced together like this were usually placed on the ground, taking an earth chi to stabilize the space inside. At the same time, they could slow time flow and postpone the arrival of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. I know the location of this Jade Pool Blessed Land clearly. If it was not moved away, it should be to the northeast. Let's fly over there. At this speed, it would only take an hour. Fairy Li Shan led the way. It should still be at the original place. The main camp of such a super force is very important, it is the central point used between super forces when splitting up their respective territories. It would not be moved under normal circumstances. He Lu Lan was excited. Dong Fang Chong Fan miscalculated this time, he actually removed his own manpower, sacrificing Dong Fang tribe's GU immortals to revive himself. Fang Yuan followed behind the 2 women without speaking. As they flew rapidly, huge winds were blowing, causing buzzing noises around the ears. Fang Yuan's memories of his previous life began to surface in his mind. In his previous life, he knew very little about Dong Fang Chong Fan. He had no idea whether Dong Fang Chong Fan succeeded in possessing Dong Fang Yu Liang's body in his previous life. But he knew at least that Dong Fang Yu Liang was only a rank 5 GU master for a long time. At that time, Imperial Court Blessed Land was not destroyed. After He Lu Lan won and came out from Imperial Court Blessed Land, she tried to overturn and change the current rules, dying suddenly one day. Eventually, Ma Hongyun stepped up on the stage. After that, he led his army and became the lord of the Imperial Court for many rounds. During the 3rd Imperial Court contest, he was suppressed by 3 hearts combination soul and was captured by Dongfang tribe alive. In the end, Ma Hongyun's luck was overwhelming, he actually got Dongfang Yu Liang's sister, Dongfang Qingyu, on his side. Not only did she free him, she also gave him the secret of 3 hearts combination soul, allowing Ma Hongyun to emerge victorious, and Dongfang tribe lost terribly. Fang Yuan thought about this and he inwardly came to a realization, he had a different view now. If, in my previous life, Dongfang Chong Fan managed to possess Dongfang Yu Liang, then Dongfang Qingyu was doing this not because of Ma Hongyun, but because she found out something and wanted to avenge her brother. After all, Dongfang Yu Liang and Dongfang Qingyu were siblings that had mutually supported and stuck close by each other since they were young. No matter how Dongfang Chong Fan acted, after a long time, he would definitely mess up in front of such a close relation. Or maybe Dongfang Chong Fan failed in his possession. Or maybe he succeeded, but the effect was not great. Dongfang Yu Liang was still immortal GU master. Fang Yuan guessed. Ever since he destroyed 88 Truyong building, along with Imperial Court Blessed Land, the events in Northern Plains had changed hugely. Just at minimum, in his previous life, Dongfang tribe's GU immortals like Dongfang Yikong and Dongfang Wanshu were still alive, but now they were sacrificed. Such huge changes had also affected Central Continent's events, they were changing rapidly. Central Continent was the center of the 5 regions, one could predict that in future developments, the other 3 regions would also be affected to an extent. The advantage of my rebirth is becoming smaller. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. As he got stronger, the influence that he was creating also increased. It was called the butterfly effect, but Fang Yuan was already no longer a butterfly, he was an eagle. An hour later, they arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. The situation in front of them was slightly out of their expectations. Jade Pool Blessed Land was an independent small world, when its entrance was closed, it could not be seen with the naked eye. But now, there was a huge hole in it, one could see the situation inside the Blessed Land from outside. At the same time, there were loud explosions, sounds of fighting could be heard. There was someone who got here first. He Lulan's gaze focused. Judging by this, they have just created a hole and entered. I had made an agreement with Dongfang Chongfan, I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fairy Li Shan said. Fang Yuan would thus be the core battle strength amongst the three. He walked in front and shouted, let's go in and see. The three entered the hole and got into Jade Cool Blessed Land. Only to see that there was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic path GU immortals were fighting with the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts that were guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense fight. It seems that our timing is just right. He Lulan's mood relaxed, but her tone sank immediately after. It is Pai Shui Han. As it turned out, after Pai Shui Han was hit by old Lord Kenyang's life-chasing fire, he could not dispel it. Afraid that others would attack him, he had no choice but to escape. As he escaped, he gradually calmed down. He found out in surprise that his clothes were still intact even with the fire burning. Pai Shui Han had an idea. After thinking about it, he realized, this life-chasing fire could only burn something with life force. His clothes were not alive, thus they were not harmed. Meanwhile, he had been using healing killer moves. They made his life force even greater, causing the fire to burn more intensely. After finding this out, Pai Shui Han changed his tactics. He restrained most of the life force in his body, finally extinguishing the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to go back to Taichu battlefield. On the way back, he met a few rank 6 demonic path GU immortals who had left stealthily and were trying to take advantage of his situation. Pai Shui Han was an astute person. Seeing that these few people were tailing him secretly, he understood their intentions. Anger surged in him as he taught them a lesson. The demonic path GU immortals worked together, but they were not the rank 7 Pai Shui Han's match. When Pai Shui Han had been venting, the sound of the battle drew in 2 rank 6 peak GU immortals. They were Qi Shi Min of the Enslavement Path and Half Moon Brutamaster of the Moon Path. These two had pretty good relationships with a certain demonic path GU immortal. They intervened and mediated the situation. They also convinced Pai Shui Han to not go back to Taichu, that he should instead go to Dongfang tribe's main camp. Pai Shui Han was wary of the life-chasing fire already. Next, he heard that Half Moon Brutamaster had an immortal GU that could easily pierce space and could enter Jade Cool Blessed Land. Pai Shui Han thought about Unfettered Scholar, and Fang Yuan's group with their mysterious depths. He also thought about the Wisdom Path inheritance. Even if he got it, it would be incomplete and have low value. It would be of little use to him. Thus, he decided to change his plans, to attack Jade Cool Blessed Land with the other demonic path GU immortals. At Jade Cool Blessed Land, Half Moon Brutamaster used his method and truly formed a pathway to enter. Everyone charged in, thinking of simply reaping some profits before leaving. But they found out that there were no GU immortals obstructing them, and just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts protecting the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and the others appeared. Seeing that the 3 black-robed GU immortals were also here to loot the place, the nearby Enslavement Path GU immortal Qi Shi Min made a move. He willed and 3 huge desolate beast birds flew out from his immortal aperture, encircling them. Who are you? I spent so much effort in creating this hole. Are you here to simply take advantage of this? Half Moon Brutamaster shouted. He waved his arm and his killer move was unleashed. Pai Shui Han saw Fang Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a faint headache. It's the 3 of them. Why did they come here too? He knew Fang Yuan's strength, but he still found some time to attack him. These people had made an agreement earlier before entering. If anyone else enters after them, they would attack together and defend their interests. But Pai Shui Han's attacks were slightly slower. Even though his attacks looked powerful, he had reserved most of his strength. If the situation turned bad, he could retreat at any time. As for the other demonic path GU immortals, the moment they saw Fang Yuan, they sucked in breaths of cold air. Pai Shui Han had confidence from his cultivation level, but why would these people dare to attack and implicate themselves? Thus, they disregarded the earlier agreement. They acted like they were obstructed by the desolate beasts and could not find time or energy to attack. Hee, come. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands suddenly grabbed the desolate beast birds. The birds cried out in pain from their force. As for the other 2, they destroyed Half Moon Brutamaster and Pai Shui Han's attacks effortlessly. Qi Shi Min and Half Moon Brutamaster did not know about him. They saw this and were extremely shocked. Rank 7 battle strength. Where is this expert from? Fang Yuan forced them back. He laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, along with 2 others formed earlier. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shui Han. At the same time, he shouted, Pai Shui Han, to think that you came here as well. It seems that the lesson earlier was not enough for you. Saying this, he demonstrated an extremely arrogant and proud attitude, like he had already fought with Pai Shui Han and taught him a lesson. Qi Shimin and Half Moon Brutamaster heard this and their hearts shook, their fighting spirit immediately fell. Chapter 796. Everyone with different intentions, going after precious treasures. Pai Shui Han snorted coldly, he was inwardly extremely angered. He was a famous expert, Fang Yuan's loud taunting was something that had not happened to him for a very long time. Pai Shui Han did not want to show a weak demeanor, just as he was about to attack and fight back against Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan flew out and exposed her rank 7 aura. Meanwhile at another side, He Lu Lan did not conceal her activation of multiple immortal GU. This was obviously a situation of the three of them fighting him at once. Pai Shui Han's eyes twitched, he gritted his teeth and stopped his attack. He had no choice but to stop. Because right now, there was no one with the strength of unfettered scholar around him. He was alone against many strong foes. Pai Shui Han could not regain the face he lost. As he fought with the desolate beast, he snorted, saying to Fang Yuan, didn't you guys run here too? Don't be too arrogant, do you really think I am a pushover? I am thinking about the big picture, I have greater objectives, I do not want to waste time with a brute like you over small matters. With such huge benefits in front of us, if I waste time in being pestered by you, it would be a huge regret to miss this opportunity. Although the desolate beast was fierce, Pai Shui Han was much stronger, he could speak as he fought, interacting with Fang Yuan and the others. In comparison, Qi Shimin and Half Moon Brutamaster appeared much inferior. Hee hee. Fairy Li Shan laughed, she stood in the air as she said in a hoarse voice, he is right, now is indeed not the time to fight among ourselves. Why don't we force them back and take Jade Pool Blessed Land for ourselves? Fang Yuan growled unhappily on purpose. He Lu Lan coordinated with him, she immediately rebuked, there is not enough time, do you think we haven't considered this? Since we can come here, others are not fools, there will be others coming here soon. Moreover, Dong Fang Chong Fan is a scheming old fox, why would he not set up defenses around his base camp? Fairy Li Shan also said, we'll handle it like that, how many times have I told you, number 7, you need to control your quick temper. Fairy Li Shan purposely spoke like she was scolding Fang Yuan, he snorted and acted as if he was obeying orders from her. These three had already cooperated many times, they had chemistry and coordinating between themselves, with their current performance there was no flaw. Pai Shui Han felt even more wary now. Qi Shimin and Half Moon Brutamaster looked at each other, thinking that this situation was troublesome. At the same time, they felt some suspicion and uncertainty, where did this mysterious force come from? Such a person is only number 7, and not the leader. Brother Pai, Jade Pool Blessed Land is so big, it is not something we can take for ourselves alone, why don't we work together for now, time is limited, the longer we drag on, the more unexpected problems could occur. Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shui Han did not want to fight them, he saw a way out that could save some face for him, on the outside he showed a reluctant expression as he spoke, fine, you can join in too. But we had an agreement earlier, we cannot fight among ourselves, there are certainly many valuable things so whoever finds them will get to own them. If there is a dispute, you can undergo transactions privately. If that is insufficient, strength will decide the rest. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rules were these? This was no different from saying there were no rules. Among demonic path GU masters, they often lacked trust. Such rules were compatible with the style of the demonic path, there were no restraints at all. Of course, earlier, Pai Shui Han, Qi Shimin and the others probably had more rules than this. There was probably a part about using cultivation level to decide who gets more resources. Fang Yuan muttered in his thoughts. Pai Shui Han was a rank 7 GU immortal, he had the greatest battle strength, he naturally had to protect his own interests. But the situation was different now, Fang Yuan's side was even stronger, Pai Shui Han was at a disadvantage, he would not blindly list out such a condition. Qi Shimin and Half Moon Brutamaster were extremely regretful. Why did they attack so quickly? They did not observe the situation clearly. The enslavement path GU immortal Qi Shimin saw that they were negotiating, he had to take a risk and say, would sir return my 3 desolate birds? Fang Yuan laughed loudly, saying arrogantly, these birds may look impressive but are worthless, you can have them back. Saying this, he tossed these 3 desolate beast birds without a second thought, like they were worth nothing. Qi Shimin felt anger inwardly, he was extremely stifled. These 3 desolate beast birds were indeed low in battle strength, but they were easy to raise and control. There was only one beast enslavement immortal GU in the world, but there were many ways other than that to control desolate beasts. Wisdom path, water path, fire path, and others, they all could do so. There were other techniques that Qi Shi Min did not use. Once he did, he could raise the desolate beast birds' battle strength by 50%. But Fang Yuan and the others were too ruthless. If they had fought, he might have done that. However, they went directly to Pai Shui Han to find trouble. They did not even give him a second glance. These 2 demonic path GU immortals did not know the background of Fang Yuan and the others, but they knew Pai Shui Han's power. Even Pai Shui Han was suppressed, having the disadvantage. Why would they dare to attack? Thus, Qi Shi Min was deterred. He had cowered before even fighting. He did not dare to use his real offensive techniques. He did not reply to Fang Yuan's taunting. He kept quiet as he endured it, not daring to say a word. In truth, Fairy Li Shan was a rank 7 information path GU immortal with ordinary battle strength. After He Lu Lan lost self-strength, she did not have a true immortal killer move. Her battle strength fell and was around rank 6 middle tier. If Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han fought, as time passed, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. Comparing their collective strengths, Fang Yuan's side was weaker. But in war, destroying the enemy's plan was the best tactic. The second best way was to destroy their connections, then the best after that was attacking their troops, and finally, attacking their cities. Fang Yuan and the others used the best tactic. They won before even fighting. Although the power levels in different worlds were somewhat different, or they could even be very different, but regarding such philosophy, it could be applied everywhere. Whichever world it was, the logic of ruining the enemy's plans was an astute move. Only an imbecile would want to fight and kill all day. Anyone who had slight knowledge of politics would know that war was only a method. It was an extension of political strife. And the core of politics was the economy. Economy meant profits. In other words, all fighting was done for the sake of profits. To Fang Yuan, coldness, arrogance, humility, conceit, all of these were masks. They were tools for him to obtain profits. The 2 sides came to an agreement and decided to collaborate. The desolate beasts in Jade Pool Blessed Land were originally at a disadvantage, with no commander. Now that there were new members to the group of demonic path GU immortals, the beasts quickly lost. Some died, some got injured, and some escaped. Ha ha ha, let's charge in. Fang Yuan purposely laughed wildly, taking the lead as he flew into a deep part of Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view in the air, the Blessed Land's huge landmass had pools of all sizes that could be seen all over the place. There were deep pools and small lakes connected with each other, in untold numbers. They were like the stars in the night sky, indescribably beautiful. The terrain of the Blessed Land was somewhat chaotically ordered. It was organized in accordance to being centered upon each jade pool, spreading out in a circular fashion. There were some grasslands, some green trees that formed shade for the pools. There were some pools in mountains, and there were some in swamps. This is a good blessed land. Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Soon after, He Lu Lan arrived behind him. She did not speak but her eyes were shining. Fairy Li Shan also arrived soon afterwards. She smiled as she introduced. Each of the jade pools here are unique. They have different types of waters and nurture countless species of creatures, or GU worm groups. Some were used to create a specific environment, to store all their resources. Dong Feng Chong Fan had his own unique concept of management. When he was around, he brought in resources from Eastern Sea, growing them in Jade Pool Blessed Land until they bore fruit, which he then sold to Northern Plains GU Immortals. Be it Righteous Path or Demonic Path, they were all popular goods. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Dong Feng tribe's fish groups and aquatic plants were famous. Even though they could not match Eastern Sea's super forces in this aspect, it was quite a unique specialty. Hearing this, He Lu Lan understood. She was ready to move. This means that in each of these pools, there is a stockpile of resources. Ha ha ha, there are so many crystal marrow aquatic plants. It is suitable for my blessed land. I can save a huge amount of expenses now. Not far away, a demonic path GU Immortal had already taken over a pool as he laughed loudly. We have to split up. If we stay together, others might be suspicious. Fang Yuan transmitted. Alright, let's act separately, we can gain more that way. But keep in touch and take care of each other. Not only are we dealing with Pai Shui Han and the others, there might also be Dong Feng Chong Fan's traps. I will go first. He Lu Lan changed her direction and flew away from Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan. She flew towards a deep pool below. This child, Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lu Lan's figure as she sighed. saying to Fang Yuan, I had previously agreed to not attack Dongfang tribe. I cannot touch these resources, but I can skirt around the restrictions. I will investigate this place. If I find a precious resource, I will inform you too. All right, Fang Yuan replied curtly. He suddenly looked towards a deep pool. It was shining brightly, like there was a layer of oil on top. The surface area of the pool's top layer was also larger than the other pools. I am going too. Fang Yuan moved and flew down at lightning speed. Fairy Li Shan flew towards the sky, hiding into the clouds. Far away, Pai Shui Han saw that the three of them had split up. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly, turning towards a jade pool. Fairy Li Shan flew into the clouds so that she could use whole earth GU. She transmitted only to He Lu Land secretly. Quick! There are two great treasures in Jade Pool Blessed Land. One is thatched hut, the other is minuscule mountain. The former is a rank 6 immortal GU house. It can both attack and defend, specializing in storage. The latter is a legendary place recorded less than the legends of Ren Zhu greater than, one of the variant humans, the Miniman race lives in it. No matter which one we obtain, it will be of huge help to our cultivation in the future. He Lu Lan immediately responded, I have also heard of these two treasures. But little ant, how did you confirm that these two are in Jade Pool Blessed Land? Fairy Li Shan smiled as she replied, I have cooperated with Dongfang tribe so many times, I know some matters about their internal affairs. Thatched hut stores most of Dongfang tribe's public wealth, even Dongfang Chongfan cannot take them for his personal use inappropriately. As for minuscule mountain, despite being small, it is a real mountain. It needs to take in earth chi to stabilize its form. It cannot be brought out easily. Furthermore, Dongfang Chongfan had the agreement with the righteous path forces created using it. With minuscule mountain guarding this place, that would form the greatest restraints on the alliance. Of course, these two treasures could have been moved away secretly, but the possibility of that is small. Regardless, we have to give it a try. There are countless jade pools. Thatched hut might still be at its former location. Follow my instructions and go there stealthily. Chapter 797. Flick, 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 subduing a shark fin wolf. He Lu Lan was even more excited, quickly replying, Little ant, rest assured, I am already deep into the pool and am drilling a hole underground. In the air, Fairy Li Shan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from the alliance agreement, but she could endure this much. She casually wiped away the blood and continued to transmit information to He Lu Lan secretly. All right, I will scout for you from up here. Move stealthily and make sure other GU immortals don't discover you. Especially Fang Yuan, he is extremely shrewd and calculating. Even Pai Shui Han is dancing to his tune. We are in the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him, but its time limit is approaching. You need to make sure to be on guard against him. That goes without saying, He Lu Lan quickly replied. Fang Yuan moved rapidly to above a jade pool, causing gusts of wind that raised waves on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, and although he did not have investigative immortal GU, his mortal investigative methods were ahead by a generation in comparison to the surrounding GU immortals. He looked around for a while before immediately ascertaining that there was nothing in this pool apart from water. So it is oil water. He frowned slightly as he examined. Oil water was naturally not regular water, but a resource found in the depths of deep seas. It was a GU refinement material and was extremely common in Eastern Sea. In northern plains and western desert, however, it was rather rare. There were almost no transactions of small amounts of oil water in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was because the profits were too low and the fee of Treasure Yellow Heaven was too high, making the loss more than the gains. When oil water transactions appeared in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were essentially in very large amounts, but even then it was hard to earn significant profits. Also, because the oil water Eastern Sea produced was basically used by their own cultivators, the frequency of such large transactions was extremely low. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water, but also had an ingenious use for it. This pool's water was extremely deep, connecting to deep underground and extracting traces of earth chi. Oil water was basically a resource that was produced in deep water in large trenches. Dongfang tribe set up this pool to use oil water to produce more oil water. Once in a while, they will put in clear water, and with the continuous mixing of earth chi and oil water, the oil water in the pool would gradually restore to its original concentration. Fang Yuan was very experienced, and with just a moment of thinking, he was aware of the operation method of Dongfang tribe. Oil water was not easy to extract and required specific GU worms. Fang Yuan's slight frown was because of this. He knew there was a small, specially designated group of GU masters who went to the depths of seas to extract oil water. GU worm recipes that were handed down from generation to generation were arranged in a set to draw and extract this oil water. These people made a living from this, and their GU worm set were meant to extract oil water. They did not have high battle strength, but their social status were high and they were welcomed by all the forces of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had been to Eastern Sea in his previous life and had come across an old oil water extraction specialist. This GU master was rather old, and he only had a granddaughter, to whom he wanted Fang Yuan to wed and also adopt her surname. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan refused in the end. Fang Yuan's eyebrows soon relaxed. He pointed his index finger at the surface of the pool and lightly bent it. Immediately, the pool water rose like a dragon, obediently moving into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. There would have been nothing Fang Yuan could do if this was before the auction, but after the auction, he had the Strength Path Immortal GU, pulling water. Its effect was specialized for dealing with water. Wasn't this a trivial matter? It is just that oil water is precious, but it is not immortal material. Using Immortal GU pulling water to collect it is simply overkill, but I plan to attend Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention and oil water is suitable to be used at earlier stages. Otherwise, I would not have gathered it. Using Immortal GU meant spending green grape immortal essence. And the value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than oil water. If it were not for the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan might have simply ignored it and left. Right now, Fang Yuan was standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, the oil water constantly moving towards his immortal aperture. He slightly leaned to the side and looked in He Lulan's direction. There was no news from He Lulan's end, as if she had gone to another pool. A dark gaze flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's secret plans, but was not worried. With the advantage of rebirth, how could he not know of Thatched Hut and Minuscule Mountain? In truth, he probably knew of them even more clearly than Fairy Li Shan. In the 5 regions chaotic war during Fang Yuan's previous life, all sorts of immortal GU houses were brought into fights, creating many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves could be easily targeted and subdued, but immortal GU houses combined defense and offense. Even if they had different specialties, they fundamentally did not have shortcomings on other aspects. In particular, the more GU immortals an immortal GU house stored, the stronger their might. It was almost like an unstoppable fortress in the battlefield. Thatched Hut would not be Thatched Hut if it could be easily found. Fang Yuan stored all of the oil water before flying towards another pool. After storing several resources like oil water, Fang Yuan finally came across a pool where a beast group, that made his eyes brighten, was dwelling. Sensing Fang Yuan's mighty presence encroaching upon their territory, wolf howls resounded. Several tens of thousands of shark fin wolves rushed out. The wolves formed a large wave, glaring fiercely at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had used shark fin wolves when he had disguised himself as Wolf King Chong Shan Yin. They were extremely useful. They had the size of an elephant and could live in both land and water, and were one of the few wolf species that could fight underwater. They had powerful defense. Their bodies were covered with smooth crocodile-like armor, while there were sharp, deep blue fins on the sides. On their backs, there was a row of shark-like fins, which formed a line extending from the wolf's head to its tail. They were not fast and were often used by Fang Yuan as shields in his wolf formations. Naturally, these mortal beasts were not of much interest to Fang Yuan currently. Fang Yuan's burning gaze was on the leader of the wolf group. This was an enormous shark fin wolf that was over 10 meters tall. With a smooth and graceful build, its physique was a perfect combination of strength and beauty. This shark fin wolf was crouched low, with its dense sharp canines exposed. Its lantern-sized eyes were fixed upon Fang Yuan, as if it was going to pounce at him the very next moment. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, having an intention to subdue it. He did not have Beast Enslavement Immortal GU, but he could somewhat control this level of desolate beast with other methods. There was only one Beast Enslavement Immortal GU, which was in Langya Blessed Land. This GU showed instantaneous effect when enslaving a desolate beast. The desolate beast could be controlled in accordance with one's thoughts. This allowed a supreme showcase of enslavement path. Fang Yuan did not have Beast Enslavement Immortal GU, and naturally other enslavement path GU immortals also did not have it. However, the use of GU depended on the GU immortal's creativity. There were all sorts of methods and killer moves that could substitute for Beast Enslavement Immortal GU. For instance, Flying Bear Phantom GU was a unique method of phantom path in enslaving a desolate beast. Water path, fire path, light path and other paths also had their own respective methods. Otherwise, how could Dong Fang Chong Fan control so many phantom beasts in the battle at Taichu? Every path was independent of each other, but yet interlinked with each other. Taking references, interacting and competing with other paths created the current GU master structure that had all sorts of styles. Even without the enslavement methods, a desolate beast could be raised from youth to nurture emotional connection and intimacy, and could be made to protect oneself or attack enemies. Immortal crane sects Hefeng Yang and the Nine Palace Crane, Little Nine, were a classic example of man and beast developing a close relationship. Naturally, these methods absolutely could not compare to the effect of beast enslavement Immortal GU. Enslavement path was able to be classified as a path, so its enslavement methods were definitely superior to that of other paths. Fang Yuan and the wolf were locked in a standoff for a while. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was still restraining itself, not daring to recklessly move because it could sense a threat from the aura Fang Yuan gave off. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Two strength path giant hands pressed down upon the shark fin wolf from the left and right. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled before taking a slight step back. A layer of glass-like watery armor immediately appeared on its body. The next moment, it fiercely jumped above Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could detect a foul odor assailing his nostrils from the wolf's opened mouth. Following the odor were countless water bullets that were rapidly being shot out of the shark fin wolf's mouth. Fang Yuan did not dodge or evade, as he sent out another two strength path giant hands at the shark fin wolf. The storm of water bullets smashed at the strength path giant hands, but only served to slightly slow them. These water bullets could not even be considered mortal killer moves. Naturally they would not be able to compare to an immortal killer move. At the same time, the previous two strength path giant hands rose up and grabbed the two rear legs of the shark fin wolf before dragging it down. The pitiful shark fin wolf had just jumped to the air but was dragged down before it could reach Fang Yuan. Boom! The desolate beast shark fin wolf crashed hard at the ground, and some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves that could not dodge in time were turned to meat paste by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared in anger and struggled to get up, to pounce at Fang Yuan again, but the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand getting closer. The strength path giant hand was powerful, and before it even reached the shark fin wolf, the latter felt difficulty breathing as its heart trembled. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its rear legs were firmly grasped by two strength path giant hands. It twisted and turned its body but still could not evade. The strength path giant hand fiercely slammed at its face. The shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was slammed to the ground so forcefully that it formed a large crater. Only after a few long moments, it was able to barely raise its head from the crater. However, the attack had caused its sight to become blurry, tears and snot flowing down its face. It shook its head, still not giving up on resisting, but the second strength path giant hand slammed it at this moment. The shark fin wolf howled miserably again as another large crater formed on the ground. It felt extreme grief and indignation. The enemy was powerful and also shameless, not giving it any time to react. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand. A total of 5 flew around, pressing and beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground. A cloud of dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group beside the desolate beast shark fin wolf darted around everywhere, howling miserably and shooting out water bullets, but the quantity was so large that the bullets collided against each other partway and destroyed each other. Fang Yuan's build was not big and the number of water bullets that landed on him were very few. They were like light drizzle that could be neglected. What sound is this? Not far away, Half Moon Brutamaster gazed over at the commotion. His pupils shrunk when he saw how Fang Yuan was mauling the desolate beast shark fin wolf. He already knew Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, but when he personally saw Fang Yuan leisurely beating up a desolate beast, his heart could not help but tremble intensely. There was simply no suspense, as the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not even have the energy to retaliate. If Fang Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, maybe it could struggle for some time. But with battle strength of a realm higher, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only take the beating passively. Especially given that the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land carried no immortal GU. Any immortal GU would be taken away by GU immortals. Immortal GU were so precious, how could they let a desolate beast have it? However, even though the shark fin wolf was beaten until it could not even raise its head, its attitude was still stubborn. Fang Yuan snorted, deciding to increase the force. With a shift of his mind, 4 strength path giant hands separately grabbed the shark fin wolf's front legs and hind legs, then lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had been beaten into a horrid sight. Its whole body was spread out in an ungainly way, while its 4 limbs were constantly emitting sounds of fractures from the ruthless grasps of the 4 strength path giant hands. The remaining strength path giant hand started to rain slaps on the shark fin wolf's cheeks. Crack crack crack. The wolf's large head swung to the left and right from the repeated slaps of the hand. The wolf group below howled more miserably and loudly. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed while some at the periphery were already starting to flee. This is truly hanging it up and beating to a pulp. Cold sweat was already seeping out of Half Moon Brutamaster's shiny forehead at this sight. Fang Yuan's viciousness and strength terrified him. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost pounded into a slurry, even the sounds of its wails changed. However, it still opened its eyes with difficulty, and its gaze still carried extreme stubbornness and bone-deep hatred. Wolves were beasts that deeply bore grudges. Still not submitting, Fang Yuan also felt somewhat of a headache. Submitting to the strong was a wild beast's survival instinct. According to conventional reasoning, the desolate beast shark fin wolf should have already submitted in front of such a massive difference in strength. Fang Yuan carefully observed and made a discovery. So this shark fin wolf has gone into heat, and this time period is when its alpha male characteristics are at its strongest. No wonder it is stubborn. He suddenly had an eccentric idea. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed again. The middle finger of the giant hand bent and touched the thumb. From afar, Half Moon Brutamaster looked on as this strength path giant hand slowly moved down to between the shark fin wolf's two rear legs. Suddenly, the thumb slightly relaxed and the middle finger flicked. It very accurately struck this male wolf's penis. Awoo! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook fiercely, like it had been electrocuted. Its eyes seemed to be opened until almost falling out, as it howled to the sky, its voice filled with boundless pain. Flick flick flick, woo, woo, awoo. The shark fin wolf howled in an increasingly loud voice. Half Moon Brutamaster watched this with his mouth and eyes wide open. This, he stammered, unable to say a word. He understood Fang Yuan was trying to force the desolate beast shark fin wolf to submit, but this method was simply unheard of. In that instant, Fang Yuan's image underwent a huge change in Half Moon Brutamaster's mind. Fang Yuan's entire body was clothed in a black robe, with his appearance hidden. But outsiders could naturally try to make guesses on his appearance. Half Moon Brutamaster had imagined Fang Yuan to have a fierce and cruel appearance, with a burly and thickly built body, his protruding eyes shooting out a fierce gaze that seemed to want to find people to devour. Now, however, this figure underwent a transformation. The image of a robust warrior was no more. The burly build had turned into one with broad shoulders and a thin waist, the gaze was sinister, the teeth were dense and sharp, and there was a trace of perversion. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's mental defenses were finally broken, and it fully submitted. The strength path giant hands loosened their grasp, and it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Its enormous, aesthetically beautiful body was now bent like a large shrimp, its two front claws were grabbing between its two rear legs as it whimpered weakly, like a weak little flower that could be in dire straits from slight wind and rain. Fang Yuan mumbled while chuckling, "This is a good method." He then turned to look at the distant Half Moon Brutamaster. He had naturally already discovered the latter's stealthy glances. Half Moon Brutamaster could not see Fang Yuan's true appearance, but he felt Fang Yuan's gaze was firm, like a giant snake that was coiling around his body. The dark, cold and slippery snake scales tightly held onto his warm body. Half Moon Brutamaster shivered as he felt an ominous chill emerging from the depths of his heart. In particular, the region between his legs seemed to feel a bit more cold. This person is exceedingly savage and absolutely not someone I can deal with. I have to avoid him when I see him in the future. Sigh, the world is difficult, life is not easy. Half Moon Brutamaster swallowed his saliva and rapidly flew away, going as far as to resemble someone fleeing. Chapter 798, Extorting Regretful Spiders. After Fang Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he placed it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mental defenses had already collapsed and it had fallen unconscious soon afterwards, unable to keep its shark fin wolf subordinates under control anymore. Fang Yuan could do nothing other than to let these ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was much of a pity, capturing a desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a plentiful harvest. He continued to search pools but he only found common resources, and although the quantities were huge, there was nothing noteworthy. Dongfang tribe's base camp was sure to have many good things. But there were innumerable pools while Fang Yuan's scouting range was not very far. Add in the other competing demonic path GU immortals, the amount of resources he could plunder would depend on luck. Not long later, good luck arrived once again for him. He was looking at a deep pool. What this very deep pool accumulated was not water, but fire. The fire was raging wildly inside. This was a special fire pool. Fang Yuan used several investigative methods in succession and discovered a group of python beasts living in this pool. Fang Yuan found out their identities and discovered they were eerie fire dragon pythons. A mature eerie fire dragon python was enormous, reaching close to 100 meters long and with a body as thick as a tower. The eerie fire dragon python had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on its head and a pair of blood-red eyes. Its tongue was a strange purple, and when it flicked its tongue, one could see an eerie blue fire coiling around its tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there was no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon python inside, the quantity of the normal eerie fire dragon pythons was extremely high. The pythons were piled up on top of each other, squirming and moving around, creating a horrifying spectacle. Fang Yuan, however, felt excitement. All parts of the eerie fire dragon python had value. For instance, its blood was the best food for some blood path GU worms, its skin, tendons and other parts were top-class materials for refining a lot of GU worms. In particular, the eerie fire dragon python's gallbladder was extremely precious, and there was a market for it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Eerie fire dragon pythons normally live in the form of small families. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to make so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. This method might not be too complicated, but is quite effective and gives an extreme increase to the reproductive rate of eerie fire dragon pythons. Fang Yuan was able to discern some details of the method. Speaking of which, he had obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now, the eggs had already successfully hatched. The young eerie fire dragon pythons were living in Immortal Blessed Land, but Fang Yuan had been neglecting them as their quantity was extremely few. If he could obtain this large group of eerie fire dragon pythons and raise them in Immortal Blessed Land, he would have a continuous supply of eerie fire dragon python gallbladders in the future, which could be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven and be a small source of income. Though Fang Yuan was involved in the large business of Guts GU, but a quick calculation told him the profits from selling eerie fire dragon python gallbladders was also somewhat lucrative. Taking action was better than thinking. Fang Yuan immediately grabbed with his strength path giant hands. He could not control his strength properly, squeezing many eerie fire dragon pythons to death. After all, changes in this move's form specialized in forceful grabbing, and were rather lacking in the aspect of fine control. He grabbed dozens, but there were still many eerie fire dragon python in the pool. He gradually started to become impatient. He lacked effective methods to gather the pythons, thus could only act rashly. However, he had limited time now. Fang Yuan grabbed a large portion in the end, reaching up to a number of 10,000 before he resolutely stopped and left this fire pool. He continued to plunder resources as he traveled, and occasionally saw many mortal GU masters. Some of these GU masters were fleeing in panic along the areas between the pools, while some concealed themselves, hiding under the ground, under boulders and so on. As Fang Yuan grandly soared away, these GU masters regained their senses from the horror. Some hiding GU masters were still thinking they were able to hide, but were actually already discovered by Fang Yuan. It was just that he had no intention to attack them. When Pai Shui-han and the others attacked the Blessed Land, they had created a huge commotion which had already startled the Dongfang tribe members in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, the vast majority of mortals would not have a chance to come across GU immortals in their entire lives. In comparison to this enormous population, the number of GU immortals was extremely few, only a fraction of a fraction. At the same time, GU immortals also were concerned with their own survival pressures, busy handling such matters day in and day out, generally without the time to make themselves carefree and at leisure. In regards to most people, GU immortals were simply vague figures of legend. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were Dongfang tribe's core. They knew many inside details. Thus, they were even more aware of the difference between immortal and mortals, the gap that was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not think of putting up any meaningless resistance and ran for their lives, while urgently contacting the GU immortals of Dongfang tribe. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fang Yuan and these demonic path GU immortals were people who heavily prioritized benefits, and were disinclined to attack these mortals. Thus, these mortals were actually more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They were able to survive during this disaster. Fang Yuan flew past pools after pools. As time passed, he started to feel increasing urgency, and started abandoning some common resources. These resources were not precious and were readily available. At the same time, Fang Yuan maintained his vigilance. In accordance with Dongfang Chongfan's far-sighted nature, it was impossible for him to not make some arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he gradually flew into the distance, Fang Yuan suddenly saw deep pools without any water. These pools were completely dried up. There were a lot of them, about 50 to 60, closely connected, and covering a range in tens of li. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved as he took a sharp turn, rapidly approaching these pools. I discovered these pools first, the regretful spiders inside are mine. Aren't you a bit too greedy? You have already gathered so many regretful spiders, and the regretful spiders here have bred over such a huge range, and you want to take it all for yourself. As Fang Yuan flew closer, he discovered two demonic path GU immortals, at the edge of a pool, arguing about who the pools should belong to. The atmosphere was tense and serious. When they saw Fang Yuan fly over, the two GU immortals paled and quickly stopped their argument, instead standing side by side. Senior, please excuse us, but the regretful spiders here were discovered by us brothers. According to the rules, one GU immortal started speaking with a nervous and vigilant expression. I've heard some news saying there was a pool to the northwest where many large groups of air bubble fish are living inside. Several GU immortals were fighting to get it. The other GU immortal attempted to redirect this disaster. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Do you mean that I should leave? The moment he finished speaking, two strength path giant hands flew out and hovered on either side of him. A stance that showed he was eager to make some trouble. The two demonic path GU immortals paled upon seeing this, while inwardly complaining incessantly at their misfortune. They had personally seen Fang Yuan's might not long ago, even Pai Shui-han was not able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, these two were only at the bottom tier of rank 6, the consequences would be extremely bad if a conflict occurred with a powerful expert like Fang Yuan. But the resources around them were truly at a large scale. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. One demonic path GU immortal finally summoned up courage. Senior, we discovered these resources first, this is an indisputable fact. When you set the rules with Lord Pai Shui-han, we were also present. HMPH, our demonic path has always been about running and rampaging freely. What rules? Talking about rules for everything, why don't you just join the righteous path? What's more, what status do you have? Only Pai Shui-han has the qualifications to speak about some rules with me. Fang Yuan had a fierce demeanor. The two strength path giant hands continued to slowly advance as he openly flaunted his prowess. The two demonic path GU immortals no longer dared to speak, but were still reluctant to leave. The other demonic path GU immortal seemed to have firmed his resolve, as he suddenly spoke. Senior, these regretful spiders have great use to me and I had been searching for them painstakingly. How about I use information of equal value in exchange for them? What information? Fang Yuan stopped moving the strength path giant hands. This information concerns Minuscule Mountain. The demonic path GU immortal spoke directly. Minuscule Mountain, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily before speaking in a threatening tone. Good, I will exchange it with you, but I really hope your information is true, otherwise. True, it is definitely true. I came from that direction but with my cultivation, I am unable to break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior, it would be like it was simply meant for you. As he said this, the demonic path GU immortal secretly transmitted information containing the precise details to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted to a crack as he heard the information, and said leisurely, Good, I will keep this information in mind for now, but whether it is true still needs to be checked. Hand over the regretful spiders you've just gathered. Senior, you. The demonic path GU immortal's eyes widened, his face flushed red with anger. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, speaking as if this was how things should be. How do I know whether your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are a guarantee. Don't worry, I only want this much, you can take the rest. Senior, you are asking for 20% of the total regretful spiders. The demonic path GU immortal gritted his teeth in anger, but did not dare to fight. The other demonic path GU immortal was standing at the side, laughing inwardly. He would definitely work together with the extorted demonic path GU immortal and resist Fang Yuan if Fang Yuan asked for the regretful spiders in the pool. But what Fang Yuan wanted was the portion that had already been gathered, which was a different matter. The group of regretful spiders stored in the immortal aperture were like crops that had been harvested, it was difficult to return them and they belonged to the GU immortal themselves. The spectating demonic path GU immortal's benefits were not encroached by Fang Yuan, and was thus feeling pleasure at the other GU immortal's misfortune. The extorted demonic path GU immortal felt his heart sinking and turning cold when the GU immortal beside him showed no signs of moving. How painful was it to hand over the crops that had already been harvested? All right, hand them over quickly. I still need to hurry along, time is pressing. Fang Yuan impatiently urged. Senior, if you renege on your promise, then wouldn't I be? The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal squeezed out words from clenched teeth. What, do you actually think I am such a shameless person? I am your senior, why would I cheat you juniors? Fang Yuan replied with an extremely displeased tone, and at the same time, sent out another 2 strength path giant hands. Chapter 799, Knowing When to Retreat and Advance, a True Champion. A total of 4 strength path giant hands hovered in the air. The 2 demonic path Gu Immortals involuntarily stepped back, the mental pressure Fang Yuan gave them was too huge. They were the weaker party, what else could they do? The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal's expression kept fluctuating before finally turning into one of subservience, as he handed over the regretful spiders he gathered to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not linger around after he received them, and quickly left. The 2 demonic path Gu Immortals immediately let out breaths of relief. The extorted Gu Immortal showed an indignant look as he cursed while gazing at the gradually receding figure of Fang Yuan. Old demon, I hope you die there. Stop shouting, how can you be sure he doesn't have methods to hear us? Be careful of him coming back to find trouble with us. The other demonic path Gu Immortal quickly attempted to stop the extorted Gu Immortal. The 2 glanced at each other, both were stupefied for a moment before they suddenly reacted, creating some distance between each other. The next moment, an intense competition started, the 2 used all their strength and silently plundered the regretful spiders in the pool. Minuscule mountain, captivating sea. Fang Yuan rapidly approached the location in the information. He had originally not planned to gather regretful spiders, because he lacked methods to gather them. Regretful spiders were not of great value to him and he had already planned to let them go. Who would have thought that with some extortion, he could not only save time in obtaining a large batch of regretful spiders immediately but also obtain important information. Fang Yuan pondered and felt this information was rather reliable. Miniman was a type of variant human. Minuscule mountain was the paradise of Miniman, it was their foundation. This was recorded in less than the legends of Ren Zhu greater than. Miniman usually were the size of a finger, and had thin and transparent wings behind them. They survived on nectar from flowers or sap from vegetation. Every variant human had a special ability that was stronger than humans. For instance, hairy men were proficient in Gu refinement, rock men lived underground, skilled in mining, and all sorts of ores grew on their body. Snowmen were cold resistant, inkmen had rich knowledge. Minimen were proficient in growing plants and trees, in the areas they lived in, vegetation was extremely lush, and flowers bloomed throughout the year. More importantly, minuscule mountain might be small but it is a genuine mountain and needs large amounts of earth chi to stabilize its mountainous form. It is an extremely huge burden to put such a legendary mountain within one's immortal aperture. Gu Immortals cannot casually take them, moreover this minuscule mountain is not the private possession of any Gu Immortal of Dongfang tribe. A Gu Immortal's immortal aperture, hidden in their body, had limited amounts of heaven and earth chi. If minuscule mountain was placed for a long time in such an immortal aperture, a lot of earth chi would be absorbed to maintain this legendary mountain, causing an imbalance in heaven and earth chi within the immortal aperture. Thus, minuscule mountain was placed in Jade Pool blessed land most of the time. The reason, it was because Jade Pool blessed land was placed on the ground outside in northern plains. It would constantly absorb the endless heaven and earth chi of the outside world, so there was no need to fear the burden of minuscule mountain. Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain was also in a similar situation. Danghun Mountain needed to absorb earth chi, otherwise it would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal blessed land was placed on TNT Mountain from where it constantly absorbed heaven and earth chi, thus there was no need to fear the consumption of Danghun Mountain. If it was placed in Fairy Li Shan or Heilu Land's immortal apertures, if they moved around for a long time, they would not be able to bear the consumption even if they were rank 8 Gu Immortals, and would need to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to absorb heaven and earth chi, and stabilize their immortal aperture world. Next to a seemingly ordinary deep pool. Fang Yuan. Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and Heilu Lan, who were concealed, detected Fang Yuan's presence. Both of them had secretly agreed to look for Thatched Hut. Thatched Hut was no longer at its original position, but the two still had a great harvest. At that location, they found a group of underworld eels. Afterwards, they looked around everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. However, when they arrived at this place, they were obstructed and thereby in a dilemma. The two were discussing what to do when Fang Yuan appeared in their detection range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope as she said to Heilu Lan, Fang Yuan does not have strong investigative methods, our concealment methods are immortal killer moves, as long as we don't show ourselves, he certainly won't be able to detect us. Maybe he is only passing by. He Lu Lan had suffered great losses from Fang Yuan, frowning as she had a bad premonition. Sigh, we absolutely cannot underestimate this guy. Sure enough, the next moment, Fang Yuan slowly landed from the air and quickly neared them, his target was the pool they were in. Fairy Li Shan's expression sank as her wishful thinking did not materialize. Fang Yuan had arrived at the place provided in the information. This deep pool in front of him looked extremely ordinary and unremarkable. But Fang Yuan still had some expectations. According to that demonic path Gu Immortal's words, this was an illusory land. Inside were illusory peach trees which could add up to be of similar strength to desolate beasts, and could create illusions to protect themselves. A Gu Immortal could only infer some clues when they walked inside. Fang Yuan raised his defenses, and was just about to step in when two figures suddenly appeared not far away. Fang Yuan, wait a moment. Fairy Li Shan transmitted her voice. He Lu Lan stood silently at the side. Oh, it's you two. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, as he spoke with a slight smile. His tone carried a touch of ridicule. As an ally, they had not informed him of such a huge clue, clearly they had thought of hogging the benefits for themselves. In the end, he came across them unintentionally. He Lu Lan was a formidable person and spoke with no awkwardness or embarrassment. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time, we were just worrying over how to break into this place. Fairy Li Shan was a veteran Gu Immortal and was also unabashed, continuing, right. This place is called Captivating Sea and is a restricted region of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It mainly consists of a forest of illusory peach trees, there are many peach trees, and the illusion is extremely powerful. Under the trees are a sea of grasses and flowers. The large patches of ground mad grass are like endless green carpets. The sea of colorful flowers gives off a deep fragrance, and tens of thousands of poisonous purple heart flowers are close to blooming. Fang Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions, he had only said that there were illusory peach trees but did not mention their numbers. As for ground mad grass, and purple poisonous heart flowers, he did not even bring them up. Ground mad grass was ordinary, but with such numbers, there was bound to be ground mad grass Gu. This wood path Gu only had one effect, which was to instantly send living beings into sleep. Poisonous purple heart flowers often created a poison heart Gu. This Gu was formless and colorless, and gave a wisp of fragrance that could make one feel drunk, but corroded their heart. However, these were only minor inconveniences as far as Fang Yuan was concerned. Fang Yuan did not cultivate poison path and also did not have strength path methods that could defend against poison, but he had an immortal zombie body, which was extremely resistant to poison. He also had a poison path immortal Gu, woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan was listening carefully but completely indifferent, and continued, the things I have mentioned might be in high numbers, but they are only small problems to us Gu Immortals. In fact, a group of peach wolves dwell in the illusory peach tree forest, with numbers close to 30. Moreover, this captivating sea is actually a Gu formation and in the depths of it lies Minuscule Mountain. Minuscule Mountain has Gu Immortals guarding it, their auras are uncertain and the numbers are also not clear. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Peach wolves were a desolate beast, comparable to rank 6 Gu Immortals. A group of peach wolves was like a group of Gu Immortals in strength. Minuscule Mountain was the home of Miniman, the Gu Immortals in it were probably Miniman Gu Immortals, and regardless of how many there were, even one would be troublesome to deal with. Desolate beasts had low wisdom, but variant human Gu Immortals had wisdom that could reach a similar level to human Gu Immortals. Having wisdom and lacking it were two completely different levels of threats. Fang Yuan suddenly realized why these two were hiding at the periphery. He sized the two up again, and with his experience, he immediately discovered signs of bitter fights on Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan's bodies, although they had tried to treat them as much as possible. Fairy Li Shan is a wood path Gu Immortal, there is no doubt that Minuscule Mountain and Miniman are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like Captivating Sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength should surpass her normal state. They broke through to the depths of the Sea of Flowers, but were still forced back. Captivating Sea's defense greatly surpasses what were my most hopeful estimations. Fang Yuan did not speak, but his shrewd mind was thinking rapidly and inferring many facts from their behaviors. Fang Yuan, if you move alone, your gains will be extremely low. We took advantage of the other party's carelessness and quietly sneaked in through the gaps in the Peach Wolf group. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses are sure to be tight. As long as we cooperate sincerely, we might be able to swallow this juicy meat. He Lulan persuaded. Fairy Li Shan also added. Fang Yuan, I know you have the strength path Immortal Gu, pulling mountain. We can cooperate, but I must have minuscule mountain. You don't need to worry, though, I will be sure to give you a satisfying reward. Fang Yuan did not immediately reply, instead lowering his head to think it over. Several breaths of time later, he slowly shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. Under this juicy meat is a very hard bone. Minuscule mountain is excellent, but time is limited. I don't want to spend it all here. I advise you to dispel unrealistic thoughts. There are still many resources outside which are much easier to take. Why make an unnecessary risk? What, Fang Yuan, you are actually thinking of backing out? Fairy Li Shan could not believe her ears. He Lulan frowned, persuading. Fang Yuan, we have discovered minuscule mountain. It could be said to be a rare chance. If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it later on. Fang Yuan's stance was firm. The defense is tight. The key thing is that there are Gu immortals guarding it, as well as a group of peach wolves. Even if all the demonic path Gu immortals in this blessed land gather together, it would take time to break through this place. Would Dongfang Chongfan give us this time? Even if Dongfang Chongfan is hindered, what about the other demonic path Gu immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward. Fang Yuan, I admit that what you say is reasonable, but this is minuscule mountain we are talking of. Its value might even be higher than the rest of Jade Pool blessed land. Ha ha ha, Fairy, you don't need to persuade me. I will take my leave. Fang Yuan laughed loudly before flying away directly. The two fairies still did not dare to believe what they were seeing and were even hesitating. Fang Yuan should not be messing around and deceiving us in order to wait for an opportune moment to meddle in and get benefits cheaply, right? That's not possible. We have formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. He has to either remain silent or speak the truth. For a moment, as they gazed at Fang Yuan's figure receding into the horizon, the two women had strange expressions. Chapter 800. 3 Fish Groups, Great Harvest. Plop. The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was several meters tall. Fang Yuan was cloaked in a black robe. He had his face hidden as he stood in the air. There were 6 strength path giant hands circling around his body. The desolate beast dragonfish screamed, entering the water, and did not want to fight Fang Yuan anymore. It swam into the deeper parts of the water. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Do you think that by hiding underwater, I can do nothing to you? Immortal Gu pulling water. Fang Yuan's body shuddered. He stretched out his left and right hands as he slowly grabbed at the deep pool, that was as wide as a lake, from afar. A formless power held up the lake water. It was as if a thick cloth under the water was being pulled up. Thick columns of flowing water had countless ordinary dragonfish in them, as they poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fang Yuan said goodbye to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the one with the most water that he had seen so far. It was like a large lake. Dongfang tribe had specially created it and raised 900,000 dragonfish inside it. Among them was a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan was in an eager mood. He went ahead and took them for himself. The desolate beast dragonfish went ahead and fought him. In the end, Fang Yuan used several strength path giant hands and easily defeated it. Even though the dragonfish had dragon in its name, it was very mediocre in fighting. Moreover, this dragonfish may have been a desolate beast, but it had no immortal Gu. It was almost at the bottom tier of desolate beasts. But the meat of the dragonfish was a food ingredient with a wide range of applications. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat them, they could also be used as supplementary ingredients and fed to Gu worms. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the business of dragonfish meat had long since been flourishing. Each transaction was a huge sum of profits. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish was probably accumulated over 100 years by Dongfang tribe. But now, this is all mine, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan felt joyful. He continued to activate pulling water immortal Gu without pausing. Thankfully, he had pulling water immortal Gu, otherwise, he would have no way to collect such a valuable and huge amount of resources. Boom boom boom. Far away, the fighting of Gu immortals could be heard. Fang Yuan collected the dragonfish as he looked around. His gaze was deep as he thought. It seems that over at He Lulan's side, they are starting to attack Captivating Sea already. He did not regret the decision to give up on Minuscule Mountain. In this world, things were easier said than done. Theories were easy to understand, but when it came to execution, how many people could succeed? Thus, in front of huge profits, it was hard to decide what to give up and what to pursue. especially when minuscule mountain had huge value to Fairy Li Shan personally. Although Fairy Li Shan's vital GU was Mountain Pledge GU and she was an Information Path GU Immortal, when she fought, most of her methods were Wood Path techniques. Since she also cultivated Wood Path, her Immortal aperture probably mostly involved growing flowers and plants as her revenue. Greater than had recorded the details, it made Minuscule Mountain even more attractive. But how could it be so easy to take away Minuscule Mountain? It was simply too difficult, there was little hope. Since that demonic path GU Immortal gave this information to Fang Yuan so easily, he was likely to also tell others. Or perhaps, there were already GU Immortals who knew long ago. Attacking the restricted area, captivating C, would create a huge commotion. How could they hide it from people like Pai Shui Han? Even though more people meant a greater force to strike with, the demonic path GU Immortals handled matters individually. Fang Yuan was well aware of their natures. Earlier, during the battle at Tai Chu, if not for the demonic path GU Immortals fighting among themselves, how could Dongfang Chongfan have succeeded in his possession so easily? Thus, there was essentially very little hope in obtaining Minuscule Mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan not know that the chances were slim? It was because this profit was too huge. The GU Immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was just a trace of hope, they would desperately latch onto it. A loud dragon roar interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. The huge dragonfish jumped out of the water, its eyes were blood red as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had expected this, he slammed down with 4 strength path giant hands. The method in which he was extracting the deep cool water was extremely efficient, he just needed a small amount of time to drain the pool dry. Thus, the dragonfish was already a cornered animal. If it did not attack now, it would be too late. But facing Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength, the dragonfish's final struggle quickly met with a huge setback. It ended up heavily injured. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture using the strength path giant hands. After spending some more effort, this huge and deep pool was nearly dried out. All of the dragonfish inside were collected into his aperture. In order to take these dragonfish, he spent a total of 4 green grape immortal essences beads, but Fang Yuan had great joy in his eyes. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he obtained the oil water, desolate beast shark fin wolf, eerie fire dragon python, some ordinary resources, and a batch of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this newly obtained dragonfish group was at the top. It was more valuable than the desolate beast shark fin wolf, which was second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large, there was almost 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he spent some effort in nurturing them, it would be a source of endless revenue. Over on He Lu Lan's end, intense battles were still ongoing. Fang Yuan did not turn around, he flew towards an area even further away. Not long after, he stopped in his tracks and was overjoyed to see the dense forest below him. The forest spanned an enormous range. At the center of the forest, there was a pool of water that covered an area of the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this pool. Or more accurately speaking, it was because this pool was raising a group of peculiar fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are known as the literature and martial twin carps. To think that in Dongfang tribe, they had over 10 literature carps. Fang Yuan quickly went down with great excitement. Literature carps were very hard to catch, they were low in numbers, even in Eastern Sea, they were very uncommon. Literature carps usually remained still in water, moving along with the flow of water. Once they moved their tails, and swam slowly, their entire bodies would turn into text chi. Even GU Immortals, without specific methods, could not capture them, they could only watch in vain. When Fang Yuan came here, the literature carps were alarmed, they turned into text chi as they moved around, pervading the water. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile, his pulling water immortal GU could control the flow of water. As long as the literature carps did not leave the pool, to him, they were as good as caught. But when he was about to make his move, a demonic path GU Immortal appeared, rising into the air. Senior, please wait, this resource point has already been occupied by me. This demonic path GU Immortal was thin, he smiled as he said that, he was only rank 6, but he had no fear when facing Fang Yuan. Who are you? Fang Yuan's expression did not change. This junior is Zhou Ping. The demonic path GU Immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening, Junior Zhou Ping, you have guts, daring to get in my way. With your cultivation level, you are not fit to talk about rules with me. The demonic path GU Immortal, Zhou Ping, instead smiled. No, I am naturally unable to defeat senior. But I have some insights in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even unfettered scholar, Hei Chang, and Fairy Liao cannot catch me. If senior wants the literature carps, you can trade with me. Otherwise, even though I cannot defeat senior, I can destroy this pool in an instant. Fang Yuan was silent, his eyes shined with a ruthless light as he observed Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was unmoved, he was calm and composed due to his trump card. This was the advantage of a GU immortal skilled in movement. They are often in a situation where they cannot lose, they can talk to opponents with higher cultivation level or battle strength with ease. Even though Fang Yuan had the killer move Myriad Self, he was lacking in the aspect of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU, together with True Solid Bat Wings, that was not an immortal killer move, it was inferior to Zhou Ping's methods. Very good, Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I wish you well in constantly guarding this place, and to not fall into my hands from now on. Fang Yuan left behind a threat as he left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile disappeared, he changed his tone. Senior, is this necessary? This junior only wants a transaction. My request is not much either. But Fang Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping, his body was like lightning as he quickly traveled elsewhere. Zhou Ping frowned, he felt a little distraught, pointlessly offending a strong and mysterious GU immortal, he felt very uneasy. Most importantly, Fang Yuan's words were attacking Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here forever to look after the literature carps. Damn it, I do not have a method to collect this group of literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the deep pool as he stamped his foot, extremely downcast. Fang Yuan left Zhou Ping behind and flew rapidly towards his next destination. After flying a huge distance, he landed, looking at the deep pool below him, he had a joyous expression. This deep pool was neither large nor small, there was a fish group inside. This type of fish was similar to goldfish, it had a round belly, a small pointed head, and a tail. However, it was not brightly colored like goldfish and was mostly milky white. It also did not have a wavy tail and fins, its tail was small and exquisite. When the fish moved, they did not go left, right, forwards or backwards, they only floated upwards and downwards, they resembled balloons moving in the water. This type of fish was something Fang Yuan had raised before, it was air bubble fish. But because Fang Yuan ran into difficulties, and was lacking in funds, he had to sell the air bubble fish group that he was raising for a while, to get the funds he desperately needed. Air bubble fish could eat ordinary worms, insects, grubs and so on, digesting a portion of them while storing the rest as reserves in their stomach. These life forms in the stomach were nourished and had an increased chance to become a GU. Thus, air bubble fish could increase the production of GU worms. During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was a heavily sought after good among GU immortals. This air bubble fish group has quite a large size, in terms of the price in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it is half of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan inspected, when he saw that there was no GU immortal like Zhou Ping appearing, he immediately made his move and used Pulling Water Immortal GU to take all of the air bubble fish. This air bubble fish group was the 3rd in value among Fang Yuan's profits. You band of thieves, brazenly robbing my Dongfang tribe's headquarters. At this time, Dongfang Chongfan's furious screams could be heard over the entirety of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Unfettered Scholar burst out and shouted, immediately screaming, "Old thief Dongfang, get ready to lose your dog life."